And welcome back. Where this is No Mutants Allowed coming back again after quite a few months break, and we've got a big one this time. We unfortunately missed the 20th anniversary of Fallout 2 after the one we did last year for Fallout 1, and we also missed the New Vegas anniversary, so we're making that up now. Plus, we've got talk of Fallout 76 to tide us over, and you all know how much fun that is right now, huh?
Fallout 76 was a mistake.
I agree.
Not only is it a mistake, we're seeing here's the funny thing I find about it is the amount of excuses that people are making because this thing's a quote unquote beta. No, Bethesda's been doing this for at least a decade and a half. Just because it says beta doesn't mean it's any different than the releases they previously had.
I mean, we're talking about a company that released Skyrim over and over again with the same bugs.
Oh, not only over and over again in the same box, I still find it offensive that that instead of releasing the special edition with the fixes intact from many of the unofficial mods, they just gave the game to the people who modded the patches in the first place and basically said to them, you guys remake the patches yourselves. It's essentially the same game, just remake your patches.
I thought it shipped with the same bugs as vanilla.
It does, and even more of them actually, because you're changing it. Because you're changing the engine from 64 to 86.
No, 32 to 64, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's changing architecture, so that's one problem right there.
What do you expect from a company where the PR department guy, who I also am under the suspicion that he has more creative control in the company than he lets on, stated that so long as he's a part of Bethesda, he'll make sure that Morrowind never gets a remake.
Plus, he's also the vice president of the company, which can't be good.
Oh, he's vice president? Pete Hines is?
Yep, I believe so.
Oh my god, that explains a lot. Because he was the one who said that he wants Fallout to be more like Call of Duty because he hates RPGs.
Wow.
That is the worst kind of person to have.
Hey, P, if you don't like RPGs, maybe you should fuck off from Bethesda that actually tried to make RPGs back in the day and, like, I don't know, go join EA or something and do their mobile game pursuits or some shit like that.
No, Bethesda barely tries to make RPGs anymore. We all know this. But yeah, but Hines has been company vice president for a long time. Same thing with Hideo Kojima with Konami. He was vice president of that company for a while too.
I like how I saw Chris Avalon's tweet to you. I like how he kind of, sort of admitted that Pete Hines is a terrible person.
Oh yeah, I should say yeah. Senpai noticed me.
And he kind of admitted that Pete Hines is a terrible human being.
Yeah, that was funny.
Wait, I have to see this shit. Tell me about it. Tell me the story.
Hang on a second. Let me actually pull my tweet record up. I'll link it to you.
Because that'd be funny as shit.
Pete. There's a reason why the Codex has a gif of him fucking the Vault Boy in the ass with the caption, "Your AAA gaming experience."
Well, it's warranted at this point.
Codexian. Meb, aren't you a Codexian?
Who, me?
No, Meb. Meb said that she was a Codexian, like back in, I think it was last night, but I don't know if she's here still. She might have fell asleep. Oh well, rip. Meb is sleeping, or her mic's muted, either or.
Where is this thing?
Maybe we should just talk about New California.
Alright.
Yeah, let's jump over to New California then before we get to the anniversary stuff. So, the Project Brazil mod that we all were hearing about for many years for Fallout New Vegas, it finally got renamed to New California, and it's in beta. Thankfully, finally got released. And how many people in here besides me actually played it?
I have just downloaded it. Sadly, I have not played it yet as I've been so busy with everything else. But I plan on playing it later today.
Nice.
What about you, Tremere? Have you played it yet?
No, I haven't played it yet. I don't even have Fallout New Vegas installed yet. I don't want to
maybe
go
you
through the
should-
process of modding it.
It's actually easy. I can help you with it later today.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. It's so much fucking work.
It's not really that much work. Just download it. Download it manually, because Nexus Mod Manager doesn't take files that big. But if you download it manually, it'll be fine. But yeah, I tried switching to Vortex, and that was the worst experience of my life, and I'm never doing that again. I'm just gonna stick with Nexus Mod Manager.
I'm just using Mod Organizer myself. I use it for free and often guide.
Yeah, Vortex was horrible.
And it's supposed to be better.
Yeah, everyone
Anyway,
keeps saying. Yeah, everyone keeps saying, "Oh, it's so much better. It's so much easier than Mod Manager." And it deleted all my mods. It deleted my saves. Oh my god, it's so much harder to organize the order of my mods. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going back to Mod Manager."
Anyway, coming back
Can't
to
even
New
find it.
California, I have played it a bit, and let me tell you, Charisma is no longer a dump stat.
Which Sandom stat? Charisma.
Charisma, yes. In Fallout New Vegas, it's completely worthless, basically. You don't need it for speed checks, you don't need it for anything. It only makes your companion stronger. In New California, without Charisma at the bare minimum of 6, you won't get any companions, I believe.
If it's not higher than 6.
No, if it's less than 6.
Oh,
I
if it's
mean,
less
you
than
could
6.
technically try your boosted through alcohol and such, but I haven't found any in the game.
Damn.
What the fuck? I can't even find it. I think I uninstalled Nexus Mod Manager a while back ago.
I said
Rip.
download it manually.
I
Let's
don't
see.
know. I mean, maybe.
Are you-
It's just I
wait a
also
second.
don't have any mods.
What is
Now
this?
they
What is
are
this?
using-
What is this Vortex Mod Manager that you guys mentioned? What is that?
Is the
Nexus
new
Mod Manager replacer, basically.
Oh, Meb's back. Hey, Meb. We
hello?
were talking about how you're a Codexian.
We're also talking about Fallout New California and the new Nexus Mod Manager Vortex.
Vortex is pretty useful for some things, but honestly, it was quite an impact because I come from Nexus Mod Manager and it was different in structures. It was a bit problematic for me. For Fallout New California, they did really an amazing job. On companions, I just recruited the companions you can find in the vault. The one like there is this guy that communicates only with drawing, and but overall the mod is really big. And sometimes I had some nasty bugs along it, but it's normal. It's a bit.
Well, the vault that you're in New California is actually pretty sizable, and I think that's why I was having so many frame rate issues when escaping the vault.
It's
There's so much
Gamebryo.
stuff on
Dude,
there.
It's
Pretty much
Gamebryo.
the
I don't
same.
blame you. Should do
Same
not
thing.
like think your computer's crap. It's just the engine's so bad. So,
Yeah, I know.
Also, there's a lot of new textures and meshes too for it as well.
Yeah,
I
there
love
is that.
The look of Enclave power armor.
Really, that armor doesn't look any different to me. Not yet, anyway.
Well, it looked to me, at least it was bigger. But I think it
Like
was
it's got
different
like
from
it's got the
ones
big
that-
like it's got the bigger shoulders of the XO1 models.
I don't remember. I want to suppress any memories of XO1 and Fallout 4, please.
Oh well, hey, actually, just to make sure that we can do that efficiently, let's go ahead and bury the hatchet on something right here. The XO1 armor, that's just Bethesda's interpretation of what the advanced power armor of the Enclave looks like. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want it just another pre-war power armor. And
It's not.
honestly,
Yeah, it's not. Bethesda Bethesda's a massive freaking screw up when it comes to that. It's not a pre-war armor, and they know it. They screwed the pooch on the lore, and they're just continuing to do it over and over and over and over again. So the best thing to do is anytime you get something that's contradictory from them as opposed to what we got from Black Isle and Obsidian, just ignore it. They can make whatever statements they want, but until they actually make their equivalent of the original Fallout Bible for their version of events, their side of the world, there really is no canon for them to follow. It's basically them pulling ideas out of a hat.
Out of an ass, you wanted to say. Their games are contradictory with themselves. I mean, 3 at 4, basically.
Yep.
I mean, Pegazil would probably say something retarded like, "Oh well, they own the IP, and it would be something along the lines of, "Well, they own the IP, and that therefore everything that they say is God." I mean, technically it's true, but it's still dumb. Like their retcons often at times make no sense. There's no reason for them.
Well, technically that's true. You're right, but let me give you an example as an author. Just out of the blue for something I'm working on. Let's say for example I write a story with werewolves, and let's say that I make it that they have to change at a certain time of the day, like at noon. Then all of a sudden, sometime later, all of a sudden happens at midnight. And Hey, Paladin. And then let's say in the next story I change it to it happens at midnight and something else happens in turn. It may be my story, but if I don't justify it, it's not... There goes that echo again. Yeah, it may be my story, but if I don't properly justify it, then I'm in the same position as Bethesda. I'm basically taking my own lore and just making it into a mockery.
That same thing I do. It's the same thing I do. I'm not really an author. I just write some fan fiction, but I know that the consistency, that remembering what you wrote and sticking to it is important. Otherwise, you end up with a mess of a story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it's okay because
well,
Bethesda needs to make sense.
Well, Bethesda's lost. Who have they lost? They've lost Michael Kirkbride, who gave us a lot of stuff for Morrowind.
They just have Emil, basically.
He's terrible. The only thing,
basically, that's their only writer.
Yeah, here's the thing. He's mostly known for the Thief series. That's where he got his start. So, if you're looking at him in terms of the Thief series, he's okay, because a lot of Thief was mostly text logs and incidental dialogue that you'll hear from guards if you get too close. So, in that sphere, he does okay. Anything else, he does terribly.
Like with text and stuff or terminals, it's fine, but
yeah, because that's where he got started. Pretty much every bit of story that you find in the Thief series is written on notes or overheard from guards. Like one of my favorite examples is between Benny the guard and one of the other guards when you're sneaking into that castle in the very first mission of the Dark Project, where you'll overhear Benny say something to the effect of, "What? That's stupid. The people that protect are on the inside." "No, then you stop them before they get inside, you tapper." Oh! Stuff like that is where Emil really shines, but anything else is just, ugh. Put him somewhere else.
Yeah, put him writing text and terminals and background information. He's good with that, but there needs to be someone else for dialogue. That was everyone says that was one of Fallout New Vegas' best strong points was dialogue. Yeah,
and that's the thing that I like about Obsidian. They grasped the fact that people in a world like that, they need to speak as though they've actually been living in that world, not as though they're viewing it through an outside lens.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Emil Pagliarulo or whatever that guy's name is?
Yes.
Emil Pagliarulo, that's how you say his name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about the stuff that he did in Oblivion, like his quests and that?
What, the Dark Brotherhood? The Dark Brotherhood was fine, but that was the only thing he did. Everything else. Everything else was not his work. And the
He
only
did he did the arena, but that's not really heavy writing. That's kind of light writing.
Yeah, it's not.
The arena
That's
was just-
that's like combat taunts and a couple of key figures in the arena battle room. That's about it.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, I did like the quest in the arena where you what's the one?
The Great Prince.
The one with the white. Yeah, the Great Prince one. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, that was actually kind of depressing when you find out what exactly his origin is.
Oh yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, poor guy.
Oblivion had some good quests. They were just too, linear, too railroady.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the dialogue has become a meme for that game.
Yep.
It's not even dialogue. It's just
Barks.
yeah.
It's like you could probably swap out a lot of the dialogue in some of the later Elder Scrolls games for dogs barking, and it probably wouldn't make much difference. Someone should make a mod for that. Someone should make a mod just replacing dialogue with barks. That would be hilarious.
Do you watch Williberg's Oblivion series with Autism Cat?
Nope. The
I posted it up.
The closest analog I can think of to somebody who replaces dialogue with barks is the YouTuber It's a Gundam. Every once in a while, when he's about to drop an F-bomb or something along those lines, he switches to his dog barking. Well, as the bleep.
This is
Okay.
Well, we can only talk about depressing things for so long. So, what do you guys like about New California right now? Just the mod.
Well,
Well,
after
it actually
playing
has a story.
the textures, the design, I think it was, amazing. It was, I think in some ways it was better than New Vegas, especially the vault.
Oh yeah, the vault design was nice. It not only is it big and spacious, but it's easy to get lost. And that's what I like. That's what I like about vaults like that, is that if it's easy to get lost, then it feels more fun to explore.
More because it felt credible.
Mm-hmm. It had pretty much everything you could possibly need out of a vault like that. And if I remember parts of the story correctly, it actually has been open to take other people in for the last 100 so years. So that's a nice bit of storytelling right there, that the character you play as and some of the others who escape are actually tribals from outside the vault, who were raised inside the vault.
no, they were adopted.
Yep.
I like that they showed the sports stuff in the vault, because they had talked about sports stuff in the previous Fallout games, like, the vault baseball team or soccer or whatever.
Yeah, but they never showed it until like this mod, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I like
the only thing that annoys me though is that regardless of the choice that you make for that catch, either to charge right through or try and go around it, you end up with a broken leg, and you can't fix it until a little bit later.
Yeah, that was a bit annoying. When I tried to use Stimpaks on Northern Hardcore Code, it auto-crippled me.
It would be nice if you chose the science route, where you could find some kind of keys or some kind of setup for the auto dock and set it up to fix your leg. That'd be nice.
But overall, I like it. I think the nerd route is honestly much more fun to me, especially with high endurance, high charisma, and intelligence to boot. The luck
For sure.
and strength are kind of not that important on that way.
I'm usually going for low strength and endurance, but kind of medium to high charisma and intelligence.
But I think I'm going to do the nerd route too. Hey,
That
Haas.
should be fun. Hey, Haas.
Hello, Haas.
I don't know. I guess Fallout New California has a story on Fallout 76. So that's like.
Oh, it does. It does have a pretty neat story.
The story
As long as you guys don't mind me spoiling what happens inside the vault, which is more or less the tutorial, then I'll go ahead.
Oh, we all know what happened. We all know what happens in the beginning.
Yeah,
Enclave invasion.
Honestly, the Enclave gimmick was kind of unnecessary. I think it would be better if just the raid is overrun or something.
Well, then again, I mean, consider how long this vault has been open and around for over 130 something years. So the Enclave are going to have a little bit more of a
160.
presence.
160, that's what the overseas says when you meet him.
Okay, yeah, that's more than enough time for the Enclave to start digging around and taking their property back.
Well, yeah, but Enclave was destroyed in Nava or in Fallout 2, so why would they waste time trying to get to the vault when they would be probably licking their wounds, right?
It's hard to say. I liked the fact that they were actually an enemy early on. That was a nice change of pace.
Yeah, that was nice. I liked how they gunned down those vault where we were running. It showed how that faction used to be terrible.
Well, of course, once you get out of the vault, there's still a point where you have to run away from the vault at least far enough so that you're not in range of the nuke and the nuclear fallout that follows
That's
with
right,
it
yes.
when the vault goes up.
Yeah, it was. It's pretty intensive seems, especially since the vertebrates are dropping rockets on top of your head.
Yeah.
That was horrifying. Trying to dodge those rockets and get away.
Don't tell me, I almost died because of them.
Well, at least you made it. Same with me. Although
It
here's
can be
the one thing that kind of annoys me though is because I like playing as a hoarder when it comes to the Fallout games, at least the newer ones. So when I find a
you
whole
want
bunch,
to play as a hoarder?
yeah. So when
Repeat.
I find really good fist weapons and a chainsaw within the first 3 hours, and I can't use them efficiently because they're taking up so much space, that's kind of a pain. And I've got no spot to drop all the extra junk I have off.
Now, the only junk you want to take, honestly, is medicines, well, food if you're playing on hardcore, ammo and guns. And even then, they drop like 7 hunting rifles during the tutorial because so many people have them.
Yeah, I know. But my first character is a laser energy user, not a regular pistol user.
Yeah, you only get a pulse gun when that idiot dies you meet during the prologue.
Oh well, it's a pulse gun. I'll work with it.
Well, it's pretty neat, all things considered. And coming back to the dialogues of the New California, I actually like how the characters sounded. Though Kira, I believe it's Kira, the one with the lap, the purple head, she's a massive bitch.
The one with the one that you encounter early on, the one who talks you through some of the early computer stuff.
You know, that one who stays in Robot's lab, who fixes this stuff. She has good purple hair, very vivid.
Oh yeah, she's okay. I didn't not mind her that much.
Well, Pollock is not that bad, especially if you play as a nerd. But
Yeah.
as a star player, and later on when she basically attacks an other girl for basically no reason, I can say that I wasn't a big fan of her.
Well, I picked the nerd route to start. I didn't pick the star player, so she was more friendly to me a little bit.
I only watched the Altered Beast play the Star Roman where he behaved as a dick, and it was so painful to watch.
I really need to go back to that. I really need to go back to that mod at some point. Otherwise, I've been blowing a lot of my time playing either the Sniper Assassin for Hitman 2 for when that game comes out later this next week, or playing Postal 2 after so long of letting it sit on my hard drive collecting dust.
While I try to play Doom, have got 12 hours in it so far, still nowhere near the end, but I can get to it. It's way too focus intensive. It drains me dry.
What, the 2016 one?
Yeah, you just jump, rush, fire in every direction, try not to get murdered by some stray bullets. It's exciting, but it's tiring.
That game bored me, quite frankly. I was not a fan of it.
I don't know, the new one looks interesting, especially with how many people it triggered.
I'm kind of skeptical on that. Here's the one thing I'd prefer. Here's the one thing I prefer to see. They got the atmosphere is a little bit is a little bit nuts. But I'd rather see a return of some of the old like music turned MIDI that we used to have for the original games. That would have been nice instead of the new metal soundtrack, which I really don't like.
The new metal soundtrack is
It's
alright,
not
but
new metal.
Okay, go on, Hash.
Yeah, I know. What I'm not talking about new metal in terms of the genre. I'm talking about just new metal, like new songs made for the soundtrack instead of the MIDI-ized stuff from like Black Sabbath that we had for the original games.
Well, that's just confusing.
Yeah, I know it's confusing, but new metal is a genre. So when you say new metal, I guess you have to clarify it with new metal soundtrack.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, I'm not also too fond of the new soundtrack per se. And I'm also not too fond of new metal, except like I think like the first two albums of like Papa Roach or something. But because I grew up with them and they're still cool. Fight me over this. But yeah, it's. I think it kind of fits it, but the old MIDI stuff is actually kind of superior. I mean, recently I replayed Heretic, and actually it also had some MIDI electric guitars in it for some reason, because I mean it's a fantasy game, but it was actually still sounding pretty cool.
Yeah, those old games from Raven Software, and Godspeed to those guys because they're no longer Raven anymore. They got folded over into Activision for Call of Duty development, so I feel sorry for them in that sense.
How many franchises, how many game studios were killed over the years? I still remember things like Prototype, which was great, then got turned into shit.
I think
second game.
After I mean, Raven Software in the beginning basically made all the awesome non-ID games, but made on ID tech, like Heretic, Hexen, later stuff like Voyager, Elite Force, that kind of stuff. And well, then they kind of just made the Call of Duty stuff. But yeah, the sad thing is that apparently there is some sort of dispute between the rights, like publishing and development rights, between Bethesda and Activision when it comes to Heretic, which is seriously annoying.
Yeah, I guess that explains why it's just been sitting in dust for the last decade plus. Barely anybody's heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, okay. On the other hand, also Heretic and Hexen were not super successful and not like super cult games. I mean, they were good, absolutely good, but they never got as big as Quake, for example, or any other game, for example, Doom.
Yeah, that's a shame, especially considering how interesting Hexen was as a game.
Absolutely. Also, actually, Heretic 2, I mean, which is kind of, the red-headed stepchild of the Heretic Hexen games, because, I mean, it's sort of third-person Tomb Raider-esque game. But it was actually, it was pretty good.
Yeah, Heretic was fun. I only remember, the first time I remember playing that was way back in, like, 1998 on the old CRT monitors. All I saw initially was the rotating gold skulls on the menu screen, and I was like, sold. I was only like 12 years old at the time. That was all it took.
It doesn't take much to sell something if you're a kid.
Yeah, not at all. But it turned out to be one of my favorite It turned out to be one of my favorite spin-offs of a first-person shooter that I've ever played.
Yeah, definitely. Heretic to this day is still, for some reason, one of my favorite first-person shooters.
Mm-hmm. Although, has anybody here ever played Heretic 2, or even remember it?
Yeah, I mean, I played it quite a lot later than it was actually released. I mean, I also played all the other games quite a lot later, but as I just said earlier, Heretic 2, despite being quite different than Heretic 1 and Hexen 1 and Hexen 2, it was actually quite good in my opinion. I mean, it was different, but not bad.
Well, a change from first person to third person platforming, that was really, really wonky. I couldn't get my head around it. But anyway, when it comes to New California, let me inject just a slight bit of negativity into this real quick, because I want to see what you guys think about this old development from a few months ago. You all remember when right on the heels of the mod coming for beta release, that Bethesda announced that they had a New California board game coming out next year from Fantasy Flight, and people who were big fans of the New California mod at the time, they called them out. It's like, hey, why are you stealing this mod's name and using it for a commercial product? It's like, what's wrong with you? And the minute Bethesda said, okay, the mod's not in any danger. The one thing I don't like about that, aside from them swiping the name for monetary and recognition reasons, which they did, let nobody tell you otherwise, they did. What happened afterwards was the guys in charge of the mod, they said, okay, that's nice. Why don't you guys pre-order this board game as a show of thanks? Like, hell no. Not a chance. I don't even know why you guys would take that stance.
That had to have been why they did it too, because with New California Republic and all the Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas references, Bethesda tends to just avoid it, and they tend to reference Fallout 3 and 4 with their merchandise.
Yeah, so that's why I was immediately skeptical that they had stolen the mod's name, or the new mod's name, instead of Project Brazil, and just slapped it on a new product. Because what they announced it at least a month ago, and that game doesn't come out until around the holiday quarter, like the last quarter of 2019. That's more than enough time distant for it just to be like a germ of an idea, not to be a product that's already being made and recently announced. Yeah, exactly. It's fame stealing.
Yeah, but then again, we're talking about company who stole Autumn Leaves, basically. I mean,
yeah, they stole they stole Autumn Leaves, and they stole a mod's name for financial and recognition purposes.
They also stole the mod,
all kinds of mods. They rip off mods and they say all the time.
Were they still Tremere?
Before they released the Vault DLC for the workshop, whatever the hell it was, where you could build your own vaults or whatever, there was already a mod on the Nexus that allowed you to make your own vaults, and then what would you know? A month or two later,
there comes that one.
They added that into their official DLC where you can make your own mods.
Jeez.
But those are countless hacks that have to rely on their community to basically make things better, and it's disgusting. It's crony capitalism at its worst.
Well, I wouldn't say crony capitalism. I'd say it's a combination of Bethesda putting on a fake facade of them being malevolent instead of them being benevolent instead of malevolent, and that's pretty much all it really.
Basically what EA does all the time.
More or less.
With the Sims. We're
in a perfect free market. I mean, they should fail, right?
In a perfectly free market, they should fail. But here's the thing: Bethesda is in a really strange and unique position as a company. What they've done is, over the years, they've managed to convince a segment of the gaming population that they can come to them for a product that they'll like, and in the background, they'll make all these little moves. Like taking a modder's idea, slowly over time they'll start making these little moves, and enough of the community is on their side that they're not in any risk of major backlash. Until we got to Fallout 4, that's when the negative reviews started coming in, and people started noticing, oh hey, you guys seem to be taking ideas from modders quite a bit, and you release subpar products over and over again, but it's still not enough. It needs a little bit more push to actually hold their feet to the fire with this, and eventually they're going to run out of goodwill, especially at this rate.
Oh yeah,
they've already burned it with Fallout 76.
Then again, you ran out of the goodwill years ago, and the Call of Duty Black Ops 4 with the Battle Royale only mode still sold 500 million.
Yeah, they made quite a chunk of change with that, because not only is there the Battle Royale mode, but you've also got Zombies mode, and also the original Deathmatch and other kinds of modes that sold with it. problem is there's no single player; it's all online. So if
It's
you
funny because if you look at the Metacritic score for the new Call of Duty game, it's increasingly negative, but people still buy it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The people who are big fans of a series like that, that's all they care about is a new one coming out every year. They're just paying attention to the release schedule. They're not paying attention
they're
to
smooth brains.
to the stuff going on behind the scenes like we do.
Because they're smooth brain, fucking brainlets is what they are.
Yep.
Yep.
Uh,
All they care about is getting the next shiny object.
Yeah. Hence why I'm more than happy to fill my Xbox One library with stuff like Mother Gunship and Elex and things like that. Games that don't have an annual release basis, but I can still love them regardless.
I recommend Persona 5 for that, but it's only on PS4, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's only on PlayStation 4, and the only reason I'm even thinking of a PlayStation 4 in the first place is because it has 4 Digimon games, all third-person RPGs like I remember from the PlayStation era.
I have
Oh,
a PS4. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right. There's
I got Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's hella fun.
Oh,
you say that now, and all of a sudden I'm thinking back to the angry video game nerd when he discovered that one of the old, I think it was SNES, Spider-Man games was made by LJN, and he was taken aback because he was reviewing nothing but terrible LJN games for over 100 episodes, and then all of a sudden he finds this one that's good. But then again, it's isn't it Sucker Punch or Insomniac that made the game this time?
Insomniac.
Yeah.
That explains it. Insomniac is a good developer. Even their what is it called? Even Sunset Overdrive on the Xbox One wasn't that bad. I liked it.
Well, they've made Ratchet and Clank series, which I consider great.
Yeah, the Ratchet and Clank series was awesome. I didn't like the remake they made in 2016 though. That one can go die.
Yeah, that
I heard some fans didn't like that one, actually. I have a friend that's pretty big into that series, and he was disappointed with that.
Yeah, the reason why a lot of fans don't like that is because at the beginning of the original Ratchet and Clank, they're mostly like business partners. They'll work with each other, but they do have plenty of banter and words to exchange with each other. Whereas in the 2016 version, they're essentially immediately friends. There's no conflict, no arguing, no nothing. It's just they find each other and suddenly they're friends.
In first version, Ratchet was basically a dick. He only wanted to help Clank because that would get him off this stupid planet. And he only became better over time and after being betrayed.
Yeah, Captain Quark.
Yeah, Captain
Quark. Quark was fun. I liked him in the original games.
He was okay. Oh, I remember my favorite game of the Ratchet and Clank series was the third one. I think Up Your Arsenal, something like this, on PS2. Man, it was great. You could play with multiple people, and there was customization and many weapons to blow your enemies with.
This screen cap pisses me off.
What?
Oh, by the way, there was also a
the
Digimon
devs.
game on PlayStation Vita, Cyber Sloth.
It's all
On the
journalists
what, on the
basically
PlayStation
saying
Vita?
the guy was dumb
Yep,
for
played it.
telling that the devs
Pretty good.
games suck at the BlizzCon.
I really need to get my hands on that Digimon game because that's news to me. I had no idea the Vita even had one.
You see the screen cap I posted, which is brilliant.
Don't ask.
Don't
Yeah,
ask
that's-
questions, just consume product, and then get excited for next products.
No, it's a collage of all the gaming journalists basically saying the guy who went on stage to confront Blizzard about their bad idea. Diablo mobile game. They were all going to Blizzard's defense and saying, "Wow, dude, what an entitled prick going on stage and asking that their game's a joke. Wow, like what a novel concept. People not liking something."
Well, here's the thing. They introduced this at BlizzCon, which is full of PC gamers.
Yeah, you spend thousands of dollars to get a ticket to.
Yeah, so why would they even think that audience would be the kind to market a mobile game to? It's not. Even
the
even
blue checkmark brigade.
even Bethesda realized that stuff like what was it, Elder Scrolls Blades? It went over like gasoline and gunpowder next to a fire pit. Nobody liked it.
I mean, reading this hurts though. It physically hurts me. Like it hurts me as bad as watching a PragerU University video. It's like, dude, it's like these people don't know that people have valid reasons for not liking something. And you're supposed to be journalists. You're supposed to like be impartial. Why are you like jerking off corporations?
Because they're not journalists. They're activist shills.
Fucking kill yourselves, Blue Check Brigade. God damn.
Well, here's the other thing. Don't think of those guys as journalists. They're not. They're essentially glorified bloggers. Same with
They are.
same with the people who went to Greenbrier. We all know who they are. They're essentially an arm of Bethesda's advertising wing, and that's the only reason you should look at them from this point on.
That's all IGN is. They're just an advertising arm for the PR.
Yep.
And many other YouTubers that just worship the ground these companies work on, like Miniature or Mr. Matty Place.
I'm getting sick and tired of all this shit. I think it should be illegal not to disclose like the conflict of interest that goes on behind closed doors because it's so bullshit. It's absolutely misleading as fuck to make people think that you're impartial, that you're a gaming journalist, when really you're just shills. You're forwarding the interest of other people and getting paid for it. Like you're literally the definition of it.
Yeah. Well, some of these people will put disclaimers in their video descriptions or at the end of their articles, but that's still not good. That's still not good enough. You really need to outright state that this kind of stuff is a sponsored post. And One Angry Gamer and a few other websites will do that, but that's because they already had ethical standards to begin with, and companies will come to them because they like the people who visit that site.
Oh, that reminds me, there was an NBA 2K18. Remember how a site gave it 3 out of 10, and they forced it to give it a higher score?
Oh yeah, they complained, and the review score was bumped up. I remember that.
This is the title of an article on Shack News. I don't even know what Shack News was until I saw this collage of images.
Oh, probably another shill site.
Probably. Fans react to Diablo Immortal like disrespectful edgelords at BlizzCon 2018's Q&A. I mean, if you're using edgelord as a title like for your article,
insult?
You're already like a pejorative, yeah, but like as like the main header for your article, that you're already an epic fail. Like really, edgelord, is that the best like term you could think of? Like not just like I don't know, ruffians. I don't know. I just like disagree with the way it's worded. I just think it's like really sloppy, but whatever. It's just really dumb. Like I think I don't even know Diablo really that well, other than like I know like an old game in the 1990s that Blizzard made that were like RPGs shit, kind of like Path of Exile nowadays. But I mean, if people are mad because they're making a reskinned, basically it's an already existing mobile game that they just reskinned and gave it assets of Diablo towards, and they're not releasing new content Diablo 3 because they're instead focusing on this mobile game. I mean, yeah, fans have a right to be pissed. You can make a valid argument.
Well, here's another thing. It's not that they're not releasing new versions. They're releasing new versions the same way that Bethesda releases new versions of Skyrim. Because Diablo 3 is now on the Switch, believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean that's a meme, but like still, I mean Diablo 3 had such a rocky start with the server problem, the content issue. That's why a lot of people went to Path of Exile to begin with. But like it's just such a it's just dumb. This shouldn't even be controversy. This should have been completely avoided. Blizzard fucked up hard by like not realizing that people come to their conferences to see actual like tangible new IPs, or like people would be excited to probably see like a new expansion for Diablo 3, not like some shitty fucking mobile game. Like come on, dude. Like everyone was pissed off at. Did they not learn with EA when they did that shit with Command and Conquer at this year's E3? It was like such a
these companies do this kind of stuff because when they look at other companies, I imagine what's going through their heads is, well, they screwed up, but we won't. That's probably the thought process going through their heads.
Maybe, yeah, but I mean, honestly, I think what pisses me off more than Blizzard's action, it's a shill activist, fucking cringy journalists that piss me off more, because they're just awful. Like you guys should like not have your jobs if you're going to be like shills for companies because you're supposed to be quote unquote journalist.
Well, here's where I have to jump in and and argue something. The game, quote unquote, journalism sphere, it's been corrupt since day one. So
It's a meme.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. You can. I prefer to look at companies like or sites like Niche Gamer and One Angry Gamer because they actually have some ethical
Same.
standards to work by. Just focus
Fuck
on
it.
them and give them the attention.
I'll just
them
fucking
grow.
watch. I guess I have to watch a Jim Sterling video at this point. Essentially, independent news media or like Layman Gaming or Yang Yeah or something.
Or look at the user Metacritic scores.
Yep.
Or Steve.
Oh,
Those are always fun.
Those are always
Yeah.
fun.
Those are
The Mass
sweet.
Effect Andromeda ones were my favorite.
I could never go by those because I mean, have you read their reviews? Like they're just like, it's the equivalent to like
Yeah,
fake
man.
and gay, 0 out of 10. No.
Fake and gay. I haven't heard that since the days of Ray William Johnson.
Yeah,
Holy
pretty
shit,
much.
wow.
I mean, it's
Mark-
similar. It's like, oh, game doesn't have good graphics or something. 0 out of 10.
Sometimes you find some gems though, like with Mass Effect Andromeda. There was quite a bit of gems with that one.
Yeah, I like
mean,
Steam reviews better, to be honest.
DayZ
reviews.
has its.
I wrote a
good
Steam
reviews.
review for Total War 2, and that got like almost close to 2,000 people finding it helpful.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Well,
My
the
face
Steam
is
reviews
tired.
has got that advantage that there is plenty of them, that everybody can pause them, yes, and even the general score is a good, indicative. And the recent reviews can also be searched for why did the game lose so many positive reviews, for instance.
Why do basements have to be the coldest places in the house? God
Because
damn.
it's underneath the ground most of the time.
It's not even my body that's cold; it's my feet, it's my toes.
Yeah, that's where you usually get cold first. I mean, my feet are cold right now too.
They're only cold. They're the only thing that's cold. If I go upstairs, everything's fine. But like, goddamn, downstairs, it's nothing but fucking Satan's ninth layer of hell or something. The frozen part.
No.
Like Dante's Inferno.
Well, you're thinking about a part of mythology that's actually quite warm. So be thankful you're feeling cold down there because at least that tells you you're on
Not
Earth.
in the game though, like in the Dante's Inferno game, you get to the 9th level, like the Circle of Hell, and it's like frozen. Like when you meet Satan, like the area is frozen for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Reminds me of that Budweiser commercial. I remember it was like years ago. Like, something along the lines like, yeah, when it freezes, like when hell freezes over, and then it shows like hell froze over, and all the demons are playing snowball fights, and Satan's about to lick an icicle and get his tongue stuck.
That
Oh,
was
that's great.
that. I must have missed that commercial because that's news to me.
Budweiser is a mistake. God damn, that tastes like piss.
It does taste like this.
I saw some really weird beer brands. Like when I went to the store, I saw this Nosferatu beer brand. I don't know if anyone actually seen it, but it looked weird. I tried.
Well,
to
It's one of
when
the-
you
It's one of those Halloween exclusive things. And they had the same thing with a werewolf themed stout for I don't even remember the company, but it was a werewolf themed stout that always comes out on Halloween.
When you come up here, Tremere, you're gonna have some great microbrews. Trust me.
I'm more of a spirit kind of person, but sure. I guess
There's a
could
lot of good
taste it.
spirits too. The
Oh,
beer's pretty
by
good.
the way,
Microbrews are usually like code for shit.
This gaming. Oh, by the way, I don't know. Meb also owns a bar company. She got a bar company. She owns it. She like gives a bunch of different types of alcohol beverages.
While we're on this subject, hey Haas, this got any good Oktoberfest stories to share, just in case?
No,
Maybe
I'm actually
German,
not
they already have,
sure
like,
Oktoberfest because I mean it's fucking overpriced and not really going there.
I guess since
2 years ago or so, I went to the. I mean, every year I go to the Bergfest, which is second biggest Volksfest in Bavaria, here in Erlangen. And 2 years ago, I went there, and I was still actually on crutches because I had knee surgery like 4 or 5 weeks prior to that. And I went there on crutches, and I ended up dancing on the tables on crutches because why the fuck not? I think my knee is still busted because of that, but gotta do
So
what you.
basically, since Haas is our only Germany here, he's our de facto like beer specialist.
No, I was just because Germany's known for beer, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, and I'm actually from the region that is in Germany known for the most beer. It's actually called Bierfranken, Beer Franconia. And actually, I think very close by to here is the Franconia in Switzerland, which is the region that has the highest density of beer breweries in the world or Europe or whatever. But it's certainly the best beer.
Well, I'm not much of a beer drinker, so I'll have to take your word on that.
They actually have some beer that they actually send to outer space to brew.
I have heard of that, believe it or not.
It's actually kind of cool. I wanted to go back quickly to this journalist collage because there was this really interesting. I think this perfectly highlights just how, like, this is like the state of the gaming journalist, right? Every time I'm going to say that, I'm going to put emphasis on the term journalist.
Well, don't even call them journalists. Just call them the gaming glorified bloggers. That's what I do.
Or the talentless hacks is also sufficient.
Fair enough.
Well, this is what this David Milner dude said. I've never heard of him before. How well did the dev handle it? Though this is such a weirdly worded comment. I think he's trying to say, well, that dev handled it well. I would have actually jumped on stage and started kicking people. Sure, I'm sure your spaghetti hands and like arms and your noodle neck would have been able to like sufficiently like harm someone. You couldn't even harm a fly, dude. You don't even have enough muscle mass to even compete with like a weenie. Like, just calm down and stop going on Twitter and like threatening to verbally and physically attack people. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, it just seems retarded. You want to hurt people because they don't like a video game. Like, I think it's time to calm down and like trying to reevaluate yourself.
Probably time to evacuate these people from the sphere of influence they hold. I'd think.
Social media was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank goodness Facebook and Twitter are losing users left and right, though. They deserve it after all the stuff they've done.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, speaking of spirits, more or less, let's why don't we segue a bit into something that we missed, unfortunately, from September. We missed the Fallout 2 anniversary. Didn't get our chance to opine on it on the last 20 years of it. And I say call it a spirit because it may as well be a spirit now that Bethesda's got it. They'll pull it up, but it's like, thank you. I needed that picture, Ranger.
Oh, I like that. Wow.
That is so freaking creepy.
That was Mercenaries that he made, I think, or found.
That is too freaking creepy. That you caused me to have a brain lapse just looking at that. Thank you.
It works.
But anyway, let's.
I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
Let's get back to happier times then. This September of this year was when Fallout 2 turned 20. The same with Fallout 1 from the year before. So 20 years of existence for one of the best RPGs out there. Although granted, one that actually had a negative financial impact, if I remember correctly, on Black Isle at the time because it was bugged. It was bugged to hell. Didn't make a whole lot of sales. But it's still a game that people love to this day. I mean, a lot of us still consider it one of our favorites between the first one, the second one, and New Vegas. One of those three is going to be the favorite, and the one I usually hear is 2. Followed by a tie between the first one and New Vegas for people's favorites.
A lot of people I hear say New Vegas is their favorite.
Well, it depends. I mean, I didn't get started in the Fallout series until around Fallout 3, like I mentioned, because I started with Stalker, played Fallout 3, found it okay, then went back to the first 2 games. I enjoyed those, but New Vegas is my personal favorite between 1, 2, and New Vegas. It always has been, because I didn't grow up with the first 2 or 3 games. I came in during the Fallout 3 cycle before New Vegas. So that's why New Vegas is my favorite, as opposed to 2. 2, however, though, for how long I've played it, and the number of ways that I've played it, I can see why people still love it to this day. It's one of the best RPGs out there, hands down.
For the most part, actually, I didn't like back then. Back then, I didn't like Fallout 2 all that much. I think it was like, I think Fallout 2 was already released when I got it, but I think like 99, 2000 or so. I got Fallout 1, absolutely loved it for the most part. And then a few, sometime later, also probably early 2000s at latest, a friend of mine got Fallout 2 in some game package.
I just
like 5, whatever, these types of things. And I played it for the first time and I didn't like it. And, also over the next few years, I never really liked it as much as Fallout 1. I mean, it was a good game, but I never really liked it as much as Fallout 1 because, I don't know, the humor didn't work with me well. And I mean, the game was so incredibly fucking unoptimized.
Yeah,
And,
that was a
You mean
that was
the
a major problem back in the
fucking?
day.
You mean the cancerous counter system?
Fallout 2, it was so incredibly bad. Everything was so fucking bugged out. It was not fun at all. And I don't know. I just never really got into it that much.
Yeah,
And,
that's when you look when
it really was released, but I actually really enjoyed Fallout 2 very much.
Well, in Fallout 2, basically, if you know what you're doing, you can get power on like the first 10 fucking minutes of the game.
And I think I know
it's funny.
exactly where you need to go for that because there was
Yeah,
there's one particular spot that I found. It looks like a burned down forest where there's a crashed plane or something like that with a power.
Nah, you don't get it from there. No, you don't get it from there.
You
gotta go to San Francisco and request from the Brotherhood of Steel. They send you to Navarro, and then you get like free power armor in one of the lockers there.
Okay, because I was always thinking you could just steal one from the dead paladin.
Armor from bodies in Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah, that would fuck up the game economy if you could do that. Basically,
that would be hilarious if you could do that.
You would just basically farm in Enclave encounters around Navarro, and then sell that shit, and you buy like Gauss rifles out the ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now of course you could do that in Fallout 3 and New Vegas and 4 as well, because when enemies respawn, so do all their powerful weapons.
Yeah, but the economy is more balanced.
The armor doesn't degrade, so you don't actually need to farm anything. Once you have an item, you can keep it. And also, unlike Fallout 3 and New Vegas, you don't actually have to, you don't need a skill to get your power armor working.
Like, I mean, in Fallout 2, the biggest problem with Fallout 2, in my opinion, was sometimes there was a major shift of tone from the first and the second one that could be polarizing, and I didn't like a lot of the gameplay styles. Like, there were some enemies that were so stupidly tough. Like, you could get like a big weapons character, and it would be sometimes a pain in the ass to kill the Wanamangos, like the alien creatures that you have to fight. It would just be annoying. They would be really annoying to fight, and apparently, like, I mean, they had like 150 hit points, and it was like really hard to kill them. And it just would make.
Don't they also have extremely high agility or something along those lines?
If you have, especially in the beginning of Fallout 2, I mean, maybe it's also because of the restoration project, ramping up the random encounter ratio, but
that was
the restoration project, it's really fucking annoying because the sheer amount of random encounters with a lot of enemies, like a lot of highwaymen, everyone armed with heavy weapons or, quite hard-hitting weapons, and they will fuck you up before you can even have your first turn. It's really fucking annoying. But yeah, it's something you have to get through, or change the fucking minis.
Well, I think here's why I think that a lot of people hold Fallout 2 in such high regard is when you look at it, it's very much a precursor to the kind of RPGs that we take for granted these days, where you can go anywhere you please at almost any time and do a lot more than what games at the time were allowing you to do. So I imagine that was part of its appeal back then. Because Fallout,
I like taking my time in games. I don't like being rushed by a timer.
Yeah, here's the thing. I like Fallout 1 over Fallout 2 for that specific reason, is that you are on a timer and you have to be extremely careful how you spend your time. In the second game, we have the same problem that Bethesda gave us in Fallout 4, which is even though a member of your family has been kidnapped you're not under any time constraints. And so if you honestly don't care about it after a certain point of time, then the only thing that's going to get you back on that plot road is when you're like, oh, okay, may as well resume this old quest. So that's the only real problem I had with Fallout 2 it's a little bit too lax with its time frame.
I actually, when I think of Fallout 2, like what I want to compare it to is actually, going from like Grand Theft Auto Vice City to San Andreas. Like San Andreas was more inconsistent in certain ways, but it was way bigger and kind of just better, So like, I don't know. It comes down to personal preference if you like the kind of more small scale, shorter RPG that Fallout 1 is versus the kind of longer experience of Fallout 2, which, I think Fallout 2 like is kind of a better, I guess, role-playing game in that way because you can. It feels like there's more you can do in Fallout 2, I guess.
Yeah, you can become a
Yeah.
porn star in boxing.
Fallout 2 is actually less consistent, I think, in terms of tone than Fallout 1. Fallout 2 is definitely better in terms of its RPG mechanics. Everything is more fleshed out. But Fallout 1, I think, is more, consistent. But then again, Fallout 2 has much more content.
Yeah, I get what you mean with that. I don't know. It really does come down to that personal preference. I mean, for me, I don't know. I've jumped back and forth with that, but I think I do prefer Fallout 1 overall because I think it's a little bit less frustrating to me. Like I think Fallout 1's game design is more straightforward, I guess. Fallout 2 is a great game, but Fallout 2 takes a while to get going for me. Like through a good portion of the game, like through the first like few levels, you can't really kill anything unless you get lucky. Or you strategize perfectly. You got to wait a while before you can actually even kill enemies, really. So the first few levels, like it's mostly dialogue and like completing quests through dialogue and gaining XP that way.
Well, it makes sense, honestly, because if you're someone who barely knows anything of the outside world, like the Chosen One was, he barely knew anything outside of his tribe and the very small area where he starts. So. Yeah, if he tried to go out into a world that he barely understands with the skills that he has, he'd get slaughtered.
Well, it makes sense. The pace of Fallout 2 is just different.
You could immediately go to New Reno and start dicking bitches in the fucking Golden Globes and become a porn star in no time.
You could, but the random encounters, if you go down there, you're gonna get your ass handed to you.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you gotta reload saves.
In Fallout 2, if you are always a tribal, and you can basically also always act as a normal person.
Yeah.
And you always have the option to play the dumb tribal, but it's always an option.
Yeah, the option that the dialogue option that you always have is like some variation of saying "I'm the chosen one."
I'm sure that was probably a joke.
I know it was probably a joke, but I still love saying it to the Enclave soldier who like pestered you about who exactly it is that's dialing him on that radio frequency. And
I was watching that earlier. I've played Fallout 2 like 4 times, and I've never actually done that. The prank.
Or you use the prank option, and the response he gives is pretty funny.
Yeah.
But it's the only thing that makes sense, because you are the chosen one, and basically you're forced to roleplay as a tribal in the end in Fallout 2, because that's your fixed background there. In Fallout 1, basically, okay, you are a somewhat civilized vault dweller, and you have your limited background there. And I think that's a bit more open and more fitting, and it reflects a bit better in the game.
Yeah. Well, then again, having a set background isn't necessarily a bad thing, because being a tribal with actually having a tribal / vaultish background was part of the new California mod as well, because you were adopted out of a tribal, brought into a vault setting, but you've still got the upbringings that you had from when you were a kid as a tribal. So it's been done before, but I didn't mind the set background thing too much.
I have to say, one of the things I like about Fallout 2 was probably more of the side story than the actual story. Like, New Reno was actually, I think, one of the strong points of that game.
Well, the side story was much better than the main story, because the main story, let's be honest here, it's essentially Bethesda borrowed that idea again.
Oh God, yeah.
It's essentially find your family in Fallout 2. That's the main story, and it takes you all over Nevada and California looking for them until you end up on the oil rig where the Enclave is. Rescue them, fight Frank Horgan, and then get yourself out. That's essentially that's the main story. It doesn't make that many twists and turns otherwise. It's how you get there that's more interesting, and a lot of that is side activities.
Yeah, well, the first half is trying to save your village, and the second half is trying to actually find your village to save them again.
Yes.
Yep.
But I like more the side story in Fallout 2 because it's such great world building. Like, you learn more about Jet and like the addiction that people are having, like in Reading and everything.
Oh yeah.
That is now a pre-war drug.
Yeah, now it's a pre-war drug thanks to Bethesda, but again, unless they actually come up with their equivalent of the Fallout Bible, and Mr. Avalone's already done that for the Fallout series.
Yep.
So if Bethesda is not willing to put in the effort to make their own version of the Fallout Bible, then just take whatever they say with a grain of salt, because
everything they say is incoherent.
Yeah, because essentially all they're doing is just making stuff up on the fly. If you have dedicated answers to things that they're doing, that means they have to stay on that. That means they have to hold themselves to some kind of standard, and they don't. That's why they won't make anything like the Fallout Bible. Everything they do is reactionary.
That's why it's indefensible to defend their actions, and it's like their position's untenable because they don't substantiate it and try to make their shit make sense. It just is a collage of really bad ideas and unnecessary retcons just to facilitate some excuse to have a gameplay asset like Super Mutants or the Enclave or the Brotherhood of Steel or whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of such, when word was getting around about the existence of the Brotherhood and the Enclave in Fallout 76, I think Ranger, I remember you referenced me to this. There was actually a fake post that somebody made about the New California Republic being in that side of the world as well.
Yes.
Somebody
making fun of it.
Yeah, somebody actually faked that tweet, and it started getting around until people realized, oh wait, this isn't real, but it looked so much like something Bethesda would do that you would believe it the first second you saw it, and probably for a little while after too.
Sad.
And that's the major problem with the Bethesda entries.
Sorry, state this game's in.
Yeah. That's the major problem with the Bethesda entries, is that the direction they take when it comes to announcing new things and the directions that they choose to take with their games, it's to the point where you could easily lie about something that they're going to do, and if you fake it well enough, pretty much anybody will believe it because it lines up with what they do already.
Oh yeah, I mean Bethesda, they don't have original idea. They don't have an original idea in their body. They constantly have to borrow. Like everything in their game is borrowed from the previous installments. Like I would have forgive Fallout 3 if Bethesda tried to do something different. Like they made their own lore for the East Coast of new mutants, new factions, but no, it's recycled from the previous games.
Yeah, essentially making it as though the West and the East Coast are just two sides of the same coin, where there's really very little different. They did touch on some of the stuff that the FEV does, like the Centaurs, they'll show up, but everything else, it's like, you may as well just move this to the West Coast, because this is pretty much what this is already. There's just more bombed out areas because it was more densely populated.
Satellites, there's going to be a Brotherhood of Steel everywhere now.
Yeah,
so be prepared for Brotherhood of Steel in Europe, China, Canada,
grief.
Wherever in Fallout 5, wherever it may be.
Yeah, next thing you know, they're going to tell us that the Brotherhood of Steel were using the. Next thing you know, they're going to tell us. Sorry there. Next thing you know, they're going to tell us that the Brotherhood of Steel were using the Archimedes 2 satellite to communicate with other parts of the world. You just know they're going to do something that stupid.
Don't give them ideas.
They already established that, in Fallout 76. That's basically what they did. This is precedent,
I guess.
They will have the Brotherhood of Steel everywhere.
It doesn't make any It doesn't make any sense to me. And but here's the thing. Speaking of stuff like that, let's go back to Fallout 2 for a minute. Y'all remember many of the Easter eggs in Fallout 2, the kind of stuff that was like the running into the guys from Monty Python, I think it was the TARDIS also from Doctor Who, the footprint from Godzilla and all that stuff. I mean, what did you guys think about those kinds of Easter eggs when you found them in the second game? Was it really that immersion breaking, or did you just find it kind of interesting?
Well, there were Easter eggs in the end. I mean, I think they were kind of a bit overdone because, considering the whole tone of the game was a bit more lighthearted, with speaking Sportland and highly intelligent Red Scorpion and so on. Fallout 2 was a bit more, wacky, all in all. I think overall, in terms of everything, it kind of worked. And with Easter eggs, well, they're Easter eggs. They're not in the main game. They're mostly special encounters. You only find them in the world map, where you don't really see them as part of the main game. They're actually kind of even notified as an Easter egg when you encounter them. But
Yeah, and well, here's the shift in tone from the first Fallout to the second. It reminds me a little bit of the shift in tone from Hitman 2 Silent Assassin to the new 2016 version of the game. That's kind of what the tonal shift feels like to me. A little bit more fun and silly, but it still has that same feel that you remember. And that's why I don't mind the Easter eggs that much. I don't know why some people would have such a big deal with it, or say that the existence of it is lore breaking, but whatever.
Well,
sometimes it's in dialogue, and sometimes, I don't know, like, the intro of the game, I feel like, is kind of bad. Like the whole thing with the temple and all that I feel like just is kind of out of the blue. And tribal stuff.
Well, think of it this way. I mean, if civilization were to collapse to a point that to the point that most religions would be wiped off the face of the earth, which would be damn difficult, but not impossible. If it ever reached that point, humanity probably would regress back to tribal roots. And the second game takes place how many years after the first one? Like 70 years?
Yeah, 70.
It's not the tribal problem. It's just like the temple doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean?
The temple doesn't make that much sense.
The temple, which also didn't never make any sense whatsoever.
Well, then again, you could always write off the existence of the temple as like, okay, maybe another kind of people lived in that area 100 years before, and the place is abandoned. And you made it your own. Yeah.
I just remember where it came from.
More structure according to some Fallout Bible or whatever. But yeah, it never really felt right. I mean, you can write it off as a sort of out of game tutorial area, which it basically is. But yeah, it's not good per se. But yeah, in the end, it's not really part of the main game. In Fallout 3 and 4, there are a lot more, parts where they are part of the main game, and they just really don't make any sense. And they're not put off as Easter eggs.
Well, then again, I mean, that's probably something you have to expect with a game like that. Not everything is going to come across like it makes sense at times.
Yeah, sure.
But the whole of Fallout 2, I'd honestly have to say it definitely holds its own over time. And if there was ever an HD re-release of the game, like Blizzard is actually growing a brain and doing for Warcraft 3 as of late, according to BlizzCon, if something like that ever did happen, I imagine people would be very, very happy. Like, give it an HD makeover in the same way that there was from Wasteland 1 to Wasteland 2. At least in that way. That'd be awesome.
I like to point out something for Paladin. You said like the temple doesn't make much sense, but a lot of ancient people back then were able to make some amazing architecture. Like my ancestors, the Aztecs, were able to make temples like
Yeah, but
like
not
pyramids.
complex mechanical doors and all that stuff. And that's this is kind of a Indiana Jones problem where there's some sort of ancient temple that has elaborate mechanical traps that simply
It's built into like
could work. That's what people what pisses people off, or puts people off.
I see.
It's fine in general. It just feels a little bit weird.
I honestly, I wouldn't even be nitpicking at it if it weren't for just other things in Fallout being nitpicked. I just don't like. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. It's just a different tone.
The Antides agree. The temple in Fallout 2. I mean, as I said, it's like in Indiana Jones. It's like a neat background that feels like, if you think too much about it, it doesn't make much sense. But then again, nothing really does in the game. So you can just accept it as a sort of backdrop. So that's, I guess, totally fine. On the other hand, in Fallout 3, you have all of your radiation hardened companions saying, "Oh no, you must sacrifice yourself, you idiot."
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, let's not forget that.
Yeah, I understand why those complaints are there for Fallout 3, but yeah, I don't know. For me, my favorite Fallout games are New Vegas and Fallout 1, and then 2 and 3. I prefer 2 over 3, just to be clear, because it's just a better role playing game, and I think Fallout 2. When I think of like the best Fallout games for like just pure role playing, I think New Vegas and 2 are the best ones. Like if you want to just play whatever kind of character you want. While Fallout 1, is good, but the choices aren't the best in that, and I feel like they kind of, because they had continuity to it and they kind of just confirmed which is the canon character with the Vault Dweller. It's kind of railroaded in that way, and then Fallout 3 is railroaded, obviously. So I think 2 and New Vegas are the best for role playing.
Also because they felt like New Vegas felt like a continuation of the older Fallout instead of Fallout.
Yeah, it was a nice continuation of the second game and the first. Maybe seeing Marcus again was awesome at the very least.
Yeah. Fallout 3 felt like a giant reference to Fallout 1 and 2, and Fallout New Vegas felt like an actual sequel.
It did.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's the distinction a lot of people really need to make when it comes to Fallout 3 versus New Vegas. Fallout 3 I wouldn't call it like a greatest hits. I wouldn't call it like it's kind of like Silent Hill 3 in a way, as opposed to the first and second games. Silent Hill 3 does have some references to the previous two, but it's a standalone game and a very different one. Whereas Silent Hill 4: The Room felt like a little bit more of a return to form after the third one.
I understand. I understand what Bethesda was trying to do with it, because it was just trying to be like, Fallout's been dead for so long. Fallout's back, dude. So here's a reference. Here's Super Mutants. Here's the FEV. Here's the Enclave. We got everything from Fallout 1 and 2, and we got the ship. Remember the ship from Fallout 2? That was like a settlement. Well, it's a settlement here with Rivet City. And it's kind of like they just kind of, I don't know, I hate to say it, feels like kind of a ripoff sometimes.
It very much is.
The real problem is I don't think Bethesda really ever nailed the setting that was Fallout. The older ones were pretty defined, where yes, there was the vast wasteland, but you have people attempting to revive the civilization. You have water purifier, you have cultivation, you had even new structure built in sandstone in Fallout 1 and 2. And then comes Fallout 3 and 4, where people are still living in habitation made from roasted car and
they're essentially living in parts of the world where if people lived in them today, it would be considered a third world country. Not safe, not sanitary, constantly under siege by monsters and other things. But the only reason they stay there is because it's the closest thing they've got to shelter.
Especially Fallout 3 feels a lot like it doesn't take place like 180 years or so, or 200 years after war, but like more like 20 or 30 years after war. And Fallout 4, it's a little bit better, but also not much better.
Yeah, it's
Also,
In New Vegas, you had people living in houses and stuff. It's just that when you went to North Vegas, and to Outer Vegas, where you see people, they're drug addicts, they're living in slums, they're not wealthy, they don't have any type of economy or agriculture, and they're all like living in slummy buildings or the sewers.
not only that, but if you think Fallout 3, in every place one is supposed to build a city, the only place you chosen is around an unexploded nuclear missile.
yeah, that's everybody. People have made that joke since 2008. It's like, why would you build a settlement around a bomb that, for all you know, is still active? And as we come to find out, it is.
I would say the most common criticism of Fallout 3 is that and the ending, probably.
Yeah, well, the world of Fallout 3 doesn't work if it's 200 years after the bombs fell.
I think I know where that came from. That bomb. It came from Futurama, because the sewer mutants worship a undetonated nuclear bomb, and that was a joke.
Wait, that was in Futurama?
Yes.
Oh, you got to be kidding me!
No, it's a 70s movie reference, you know. Planet of the Apes.
Actually, wait. Hang on a second. If that's the case, then remember you remember the crank rifles that you get in Fallout 4? Those were also in Futurama.
Yep.
Yeah, the little laser musket that you have to crank. Fry was using one of those in one particular episode, and when he was jimming it, he was playing the Pop Goes the Weasel song. That was also out of Futurama. I can't believe I didn't notice that until now.
I mean, Bethesda also. I still, to this day, think that Bethesda thinks that. What was that movie? Oh man, there was this super goofy post-apocalyptic movie that actually had a kick-ass soundtrack. But I think Bethesda, thought that this was basically their base idea. What was the name?
Well, the only post-apocalyptic films I know about are the Mad Max series. So,
yeah, I love.
Radioactive Dreams with Michael Dudikoff, famous from, or absolutely not famous from, a lot of 80s CB listed action movies. But Radioactive Dreams was absolutely exactly what Bethesda thinks of Fallout these days, because it's like two guys who grow up and actually evolve, who think they are like 50s movies detectives, venturing into a post-apocalyptic world, looking for their nuclear launch key, and yeah, it's also highly 80s.
I have a question. It's a bit of a, I don't know, this might be a long thing, so I don't know if you guys want to get into it, but I wanted to ask you guys, what is each person here, what is your worst complaint about, or what is the least favorite thing about Fallout 3 for you? Like your biggest complaint?
Well,
let's see. I'll let. Hang on. Let's. Which order should we go in? Alphabetical, or just whoever wants to go first?
Whoever wants to go first.
All right. I'll hand it over to one of you guys then. I'll go later.
Well, I think that my biggest complaint of Fallout 3 is that it's complete and utter lack of role-playing. We are stuck being daddy's bitch. We are stuck being forced to do this whole Project Purity bullshit. We can't say no, fuck you, and end the game. That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, essentially the railroaded story. That was a major problem.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Also, maybe the lack of consistency in the whole world, internal consistency. But yeah, it's just the lack of role playing and proper storytelling.
Mine is lack of proper storytelling. Like people were saying, the bomb in the middle of in world building, like how some of the settlements feel like theme parks. Like for instance, the bomb in the middle of Megaton, the ending, the original ending of the game, as well as some of the characters who are like Amada and Dr. Lee, who were just unlikable cunts. I just wanted to kill them. They were awful. And they're supposed to be your best friend, and Dr. Lee knew your father and treats you like shit. I mean, goddamn. I mean, even with characters like you're supposed to hate that are evil, that you're supposed to hate, like in New Vegas, like Whoopace and Colta and Caesar, you find them like somewhat likable and you love to hate them, but not with these characters. Just God.
Yeah.
My only big grip on Fallout 3 was the lack of consistency on the past titles, because Bethesda never learns. Bethesda always retcon things on the setting and makes also big retcon, and that makes the world setting lose credibility.
Oh, another thing that I hate the most about Fallout 3 is Bethesda's constantly has to reference the previous games. I mean, I would have forgave the game if it did something new, like if there was like a new factions and a new story, and the world was more morally gray than black and white. But
yeah,
no,
that's well, the world of Fallout is not something that they're best at. They've proved it over and over again, and I think we're going to have to get to that when we get to Fallout 76 for what we know about the beta. Because one of the guys in the server, I brought up the essential according to the beta papers that you have to quote unquote sign digitally. One of the things that Bethesda doesn't want players talking about is the plot of Fallout 76.
What plot?
Yeah, apparently after I guess this is after Fallout 4, where you remember that joke that was going around? It's like, how can I kill my son when I find him for Fallout 4? Remember that? You remember that?
I said that was a joke, and literally they did that.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They put you in a situation where you can very much kill your son in Fallout 4, and people were making jokes about it. It's like, oh, okay, if I want to, how can I do it? But essentially, yeah, that was when I signed the quote-unquote digital agreement to get into the beta. There was a part that I wanted to save, but I couldn't figure out how to save the whole thing without taking a bunch of screenshots. And there was one section where it detailed what they don't want people to talk about while the beta is active. And I believe one of them was the main plot.
Can I say the thing about Fallout 3? Just my biggest complaint.
All right,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I meant to mention it earlier. Yeah, basically for me, like I kind of agree with you guys that like the inconsistencies and the problems with the story are big problems. But if I had to narrow it down to like just things that annoy me the most in the game, I think that little lamplight annoys me the most. It's just the one thing.
Fair
The
enough.
one thing that I hate the most about Fallout 3 is Little Lamplight and just that whole settlement. I feel like it's never been more lazy, other than like a kid in a fridge or something like that in Fallout 4. Like it's just this settlement doesn't make any sense. These kids here that are here for a long time. Like I don't care how much you like Fallout 3. I like Fallout 3, but like I don't care how much you like it. Like you can't defend Little Lamplight. It's so hard to defend because it's impossible to defend because it doesn't make any sense at all, and it's just annoying. Like even like no one likes those kids. Like those kids are annoying to everyone. And my other biggest complaint is the lack of traits. I would say, there should have been traits in the game. But
here's something to consider. Think back to the 90s on Cartoon Network. Which cartoon comes to y'all's mind that was heavily featured with kids and only kids?
Kids Next Door.
Exactly. Now, can you look at Little Lamplight? Does that remind you at all of them? Because when people turn adults,
it reminds me. Yes.
The reason why I say that And the reason why I say that is because if you remember from Kids Next Door, when the kids get too old,
you turn 13, you have to.
When you turn a certain age, you have to leave, and they also wipe your memories of being part of the Kids Next Door circle in the cartoon show, and eventually they grow up into adults, and the cycle continues anew. In fact, if I remember correctly, I guess the quote-unquote lore of Kids Next Door, part of it was kids created adults themselves. Believe it or not, I can't believe I actually remember that, and that's part of the whole reason why there's a constant warring set between adults and kids in that show, is because the adults started to keep the kids in line. They didn't like that. So when kids get too old, they have their memories wiped. And Little Lamplight seems a little bit like that. It seems like a reference to Kids Next Door.
Yeah.
I thought it was more of a reference to, it was not to Kid Next Door, but to Mad Max 3. Remember the kids in that?
Oh, yeah, all the little
kids. I saw it as a Mad Max reference just because, and like, I understand what they were trying to do, because they were trying to say, like, hey, this post-apocalyptic world is so fucked up that even the kids are kind of evil. Because, if you pay attention, the Little Lamplight kids, they're almost evil. They straight up kill people. So, I mean, I get what they were trying to do with it, but it's just such a badly written area, and it's so annoying to go through every time you replay the game that it's just, I can't reconcile with it, really. And, like, I've seen people say, like, some Fallout 3 fans say, oh, Little Lamplight was my favorite area. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I remember, I think with IGN or something, they were talking about, like, top areas in Fallout 3 or top memorable areas in gaming. And, like, Little Lamplight was one of them or something. And I'm like, they're just on different planets for me, because I'll never understand that. I hated that area.
They must be. But
the worst.
Well, to give my answer on that, here's the thing that I hate the most about Fallout 3, and it's essentially the world, and it's the world design itself. The world does not feel like a world that would exist 200 years after it was destroyed by nuclear bombs. It looks like a world that was 25 years removed from being destroyed by nuclear bombs, because there's still plenty of destruction and other things around there. Lots of pools of stagnant water, a lot of lingering radiation. Something like that would make sense 25 years after the bombs, not 200 years. Because at least 200 years after, you'd get a situation where people have to start cultivating. They have to start building and creating their own things to make sure they survive, not subsisting on junk they find.
This is also why New Vegas were really better, because New Vegas give you a feel that you are in this world that was destroyed by nuclear detonation, but people since then went on, rebuild, and attempted to rebuild a civilization.
Yeah, that's what. That's if it was 200 years after the bombs fell, then rebuilding civilization should have been going on long before then. It shouldn't be people subsisting in small areas with pretty much nothing to eat aside from what they scavenge. Because if you're in a situation like that, you may as well just consider them cannibals, even though they won't say it, because that's really all they've got.
They were eating magic mushrooms, the Little Lamplight kids, in their cave. And that was what was keeping them alive. It was like magic fungus or something.
Jeez.
If I remember correctly, Fallout 3 had no any cultivation in the world, so
pretty much none.
It makes me wonder. What I see in Megaton is like red roaches, meat, and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I guess that is what they were hitting.
Yeah, and they had like the cow. I don't know. I kind of just suspend my disbelief with that and imagine that they just had more farms or something, or that the settlement was bigger than it was presented in the game. Kind of like the Imperial City in Fallout 3 or in Oblivion.
Yeah, because the Imperial City, if you look back on a lot of the lore of the Elder Scrolls, it was huge, and yet when you see it in not in Arena but in Oblivion, it's dinky. It's like who exactly could actually live in a city this small?
It was a game design decision because they wanted to make. I mean, like if you make a huge city, I don't know, like sometimes big cities in games are just they're too much, and it's better to have like a smaller city because it gets you to where you need to go quicker.
I don't know. I still like going around the big cities in Guild Wars 2, just jumping over barriers and exploring parts of that city. They could
really that's one of the examples of a city that I didn't like, to be honest, for me. But yeah.
Honestly, maybe I'm a bit masochistic, but I have really great memories while I was playing Morrowind, and I had to figure out to move inside the city of Vivek. That was really a bit huge, if you remember.
Oh, Vivek was nuts. That place was a maze. If you weren't careful, you're going to get turned around.
Yes, but it was always.
It was always understandable to a degree. You could usually keep count of how many levels up a place usually was, and keep a close eye on your compass to remember which doors you went in and out of. So, as long as you paid attention to some of the smaller details, you wouldn't get lost. But for me, I tried. I still got lost in that city time and again.
And it also rewarded a lot of exploration because I remember I went at a certain point under the severs of Vivek, and I found like a Didracult there. I managed to kill these ones that were attacking me, and as a reward, I had like a Daedric longsword.
Oh yeah, I know that spot. It's difficult to clean that place out unless you're about level 10 or so, but it's worth it.
Yeah, and this is what makes a good world building. Instead, if you compare titles like Skyrim or even Fallout 3 or 4, where there is not a great reward in exploration, honestly.
No, there really isn't.
I think Skyrim had better world building than Fallout 3 as far as like, well, I don't know about world building, but like in the way that like, they explained where they get the food from. There's more farms.
Yeah, with Skyrim, they really had no choice because people were expecting it after New Vegas as well as Oblivion to an extent, because there was barely anything. Because you had plenty of farms in and around Cyrodiil, lots of them.
But even in Morrowind, you had the spot with like large farms and stuff like that.
Yeah, certain plantations that you'll always find on the roads. Those were actually well laid out, and they felt a little bit like a medieval castle and land structures. So that was nice to see. But anyway, let's see. Is there anything else you guys can think of for Fallout 2? Like anything you guys would want to say about it?
I'll say that I played it not that long ago. I did a playthrough of pretty much the whole Fallout series back in May, and I replayed Fallout 2, and I loved it. I love Fallout 2 a little more every time I replay it, I think.
One of those gets better over time things, huh?
Yeah, I would say so. Because the more everything kind of I memorize all of it. Like one of the problems with Fallout 2 is that it needed a better quest journal. Like Fallout 1 had a bad quest journal as well, but Fallout 2 has more quests, so it needed a better quest journal more than Fallout 1 did. So there's problems where I had trouble keeping track of the quests when I first played Fallout 2. When I first played Fallout 2, just for the record, I thought Fallout 3 was better when I first played Fallout 2. I had kind of a lower opinion of Fallout 2 when I first played it, but over time, I think it's definitely one of the best RPGs ever made, for sure. And it's just there's so much to do in it. There's so many different ways to play it. You can make every playthrough different if you want. It's a very special game, and I have great memories of how hard it is. Like I talked about how hard it was in a kind of a more negative way with the random encounters, but like man, I have positive memories too about like going into Mariposa and fighting that crazy super mutant that's in the bats that comes out and he summons death claws out of the radiation. And
Oh yeah, that guy. That Bethesda stole for Fallout 4's Nuka World DLC.
Oh, the ghoul magician.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that, but anyways, yeah, I have good memories of fighting that guy just because he was so hard and I died like so many times to him. So I mean, I don't know. I think it also has the best ending in the Fallout series. I really love Fallout 2's ending because I think Fallout 2 is one of the only Fallout games that ends on kind of like a good note, ends on like a happy ending kind of, because everything really works out in the end. You blow up the Enclave, you reunite the people of Arroyo with the Vault 13 dwellers, and you use the Gek to create the civilization or the cities or whatever, and then it ends on the song "A Kiss to Build a Dream On," which is indicative because of the more positive ending about building this dream. So I really love the ending. I really love the positivity of it.
That's probably one of the few Fallout games where taking a more positive stance is welcomed.
Yeah, and you deserved it because you built your way up to this point. Like the Chosen One starts off with literally nothing, and then he builds his way up to being like the person that outsmarts people in the Enclave, outsmarts these scientists. Like you earned that good ending, and that was powerful in my opinion.
Also because in Fallout 2, like in the first one, your character were not supposed to be a superhero. When you were designing a character, you had an approach where your character had strong points, but also flaws. You can't be the golden boy that is able to do everything like in the modern Fallouts, like Fallout 4, for example. You were not the Rambo of the apocalypse. You were just a regular guy sent out.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a quality to that.
That was what we didn't mind about that game. I think Ranger's dog was tearing up their papers a second ago. All that crinkling noise. But anyway,
I don't know. It's just Fallout 2 is a unique game. I think it stands out among all the Fallout games. I think it is special for that. It's hardly generic. It has its own sense of humor. It has its own identity, and yeah.
Dog giving you trouble?
My tea just came in, and my stepdad came back, and apparently she dug in because he went shopping, and she dug into the groceries and ate the ham that he bought.
Uh-oh. Well, that's
horrible. She's horrible. I got my tea before she was able to. It came in today.
But the ham was sacrificed.
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh well, easily replaced, I guess.
It is.
Anyway,
can you muzzle her?
Muzzle her? Hold on, Josie. She's probably busy because he's making my stepdad sick.
Well.
She's. My stepdad's making a sandwich and she's paying attention to that.
Anywho, let's see.
She's 6 months in.
Give her time, and maybe a little bit more intensive training will probably help make her stop.
The thing is that my brother's Black Lab was not like this. Neither was our other Black Lab, Jack. I mean, he calmed down around this time, but she hasn't.
Yeah, well, sometimes kids are kind of shit. A former work colleague of mine, his kid, actual human child, not the cat girl child, cat lady kind of child. His kid, had the 3 months colics. So you'd think, after 3 months it would stop screaming, but it's like 1.5 years and it's still fucking screaming.
Some kids and some dogs just don't learn fast enough.
Yeah. You know, funny thing is, I mean, okay, I have put off having a kid for quite a while now because of that kid. But his kid isn't apparently not really learning disabled or anything, you know. Like his kid is doing something, he says no several times, and then he is like, no, don't do that. Then the kid is pissed off, goes into the living room, touches the vinyl player, which he knows that he's not allowed to touch, laughs, and then, well, my buddy is again, no, fucking don't do that, and then the kid cries again.
My youngest brother was like that, and we had a dog named Teddy, and when he was a puppy, he would bite my brother constantly, and my mom would be like, get on the couch, and he won't jump up, and he'll stop biting you, and my brother would be like, no, and he would just scream, and then bite the dog. And
Bite the dog.
yes, he would bite the puppy.
That's unusual.
He still does it to this day with dogs. It's so weird.
Your dog.
That is kind of weird.
He bites the dog still.
He still bites it. Only he does it as a joke instead.
I mean, are you the family of Florida Man or?
No.
Wait, the family of Florida Man?
Yes. Did you hear about when I told you about Florida Man? I'm so glad that Florida Man is known in other parts of the world. Then remember I showed you that Florida Man tweet about that guy from Florida who bit his dog in order to assert dominance?
I don't think I saw that. I just saw the one with the alligator and the hat and the glass.
Alligators, and you know, Florida Man, you know, I don't know, puts gasoline in his nose and snorts cocaine out of Broker's ass or whatever.
And Florida Man is that Twitter is amazing. It's like
Florida Man is fucking awesome.
I mean, I hear about somebody like that, and I think you could probably have him as a random encounter in a Fallout game, and he'd fit in there just fine.
Florida Man is a random encounter of life in America, I guess.
Yeah, just like the people you'll sometimes see going in and out of Walmart, if you all know what I mean.
Florida Man is Walmart.
Oh, good old Walmarts. It was like the early.
Walmart.
It was like the early joke board of the world. The people who come in and out of Walmart.
Florida woman's Halloween decorations depict fake concentration camps. God damn it, Florida.
Okay, let's see. So, I think that covers, unless anybody has any objections, what our stances were for Fallout 2, specifically the 20th anniversary of it. But now we come to New Vegas and the 8th anniversary, which happened just this last month.
Fuck, it's been 8 years.
I know, I can't believe it's been 8 years.
Me either.
I still have the special edition case and everything that I bought it with.
Me too.
I feel so old.
I have the special edition case on my bookshelf right behind me. It's still got it's still got the wrap, still got the cards, the dice, the comic, all that's sitting in there, nice and neat. I barely even touched it. It's basically just a piece.
My holder for the cards the case for the cards has been worn, but the cards are still in pristine condition.
Nice. Wonder if there's any way to get those things laminated, because I really want to keep these things.
I know, they're great.
But maybe, actually this might be something interesting that Obsidian could probably consider if they get bought out by Microsoft, which I hope they don't. Here's something interesting I think they could do. They could probably do their own types of playing cards, because they made them once already for New Vegas that you got in the special edition. But I'd love to see them make like custom playing cards based on some of their other IPs, like Pillars of Eternity. That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah. Well, to be fair to Microsoft, for a moment, Microsoft were the ones who kind of kept BioWare in line and
they were
crazy stuff, and made the less crazy stuff be out of their games.
Yeah, they kept them roundly whipped into line back in the day when
It was a
Bioware
long
was under
time
their
ago,
purview.
though. I don't trust Microsoft.
Neither do I. I mean, I'm no fan of any of these major computer companies, especially all the news that we're seeing about spying
Silicon
on
Valley
users,
and everything.
DRM, that sort of thing. Especially with
Oh god, yeah.
especially with the Windows Store thing, where if you get stuff with the Windows Store, it's like 3 layers of de novo DRM right on top of the only being able to play it on Windows 10, which is bullshit.
I mean, even with all these things they do to prevent piracy,
Well, here's the thing: the piracy really isn't an issue for normal buyers. It's an issue with the people who weren't going to pay you in the first place. But if you incentivize people correctly, they won't pirate your stuff. And one thing I personally like is being able to directly deliver a product to a customer. Like some of the smaller indie titles, if you purchase one from them, like an activation key, they'll send you a download link as well as the activation key, and it's yours.
yeah.
Granted, these days that's not possible with 50 to 120 gigabyte files these days, but at least take into account that most people want to buy your stuff. It's that we don't want to jump through stuff like operating system hoops and DRM that mucks with our CPU clock cycles and stuff like that just to get access to the games. We don't want
My
that.
point is that DRM are not so effective. I mean, they are actually useless because if one plans to pirate your game, it will. DRM or not. So
Yeah. I mean, if somebody really wants access to your game for free, they're going to put in as much effort as it could possibly take, even to earn more than the money that they would need to purchase the game to do that. So don't even worry about them. Concentrate on rewarding the people who do buy your games.
Exactly. Copyright protection took.
Pretty much. Pirates don't buy games.
I fucking hate DRM because it makes the game laggier.
Yeah, I saw that.
Speaking of incentivizing people to buy your game, New Vegas is a perfect example of that because I bought New Vegas basically on launch, despite not actually wanting to because I was still burnt on Fallout 3. But I still bought it and I liked it. But, being in Germany, it kind of sucked because I was stuck on the German translation. Which was extremely bad, and I mean extremely bad.
Plus, it was censored, if I remember correctly. They had to cut out a lot of the blood.
I don't care about the blood and gore about it. I mean, that I was fine with. But the problem was the language was also done very, very, very badly. You know how in New Vegas it's a big point how everyone aligned with the Legion actually pronounces Caesar in Kaiser.
Yeah.
Well, basically in the very first town, there is someone who also pronounces correctly and actually says it.
Yeah,
correctly.
ECP.
Correct. The funny thing is, in the German version, this NPC doesn't fucking do it. He just constantly pronounces it's Caesar. The lines where he does it just don't exist, and all the Caesar's Legion NPCs also just say Caesar instead of Kaiser. They just omitted all of that because apparently they, started recording all those lines at some point in the development, or they just started recording those lines with some characters, and then only later realized that they have to pronounce them differently, and that didn't have any notes. And yeah, so that whole part is completely gone from the German version, which is entirely shitty. And funny thing is, you can't really get the English voiceover in the German version on Steam because, well, it entails violence. And the thing is that Bethesda Game Studios or ZeniMax or whoever apparently didn't even go to Steam or the German Office to get their game rated. And they just said, oh yeah, just rate our game 18 plus. We don't give a shit. Just give us a German version on Steam. Who gives a fuck? And yeah, that's what we're stuck with. Funny thing is, with the Ultimate Edition on Steam, finally, they actually bothered to go there. And so with the Ultimate Edition, you can actually get English voiceover with in Germany, and also full gore. And because then they finally, bothered to go to the German offices to get the game rated. I mean, before they were apparently just too fucking lazy to actually do that. So I actually I bought Fallout New Vegas, all the DLCs, and then I bought the Ultimate Edition just to get the fucking English voiceover. Because otherwise I was completely blocked out from that, and I was stuck with the absolutely terrible German voiceover. I mean, the German voiceover is, generally much more better than, I don't know, Russian voiceover or whatever, but it was still fucking bad in this one. Even the Fallout 3 one was a lot better. And,
you say that, and I'm thinking of the translation differences between like Crunchyroll and TV Nihon. Crunchyroll does a friggin' terrible job with their subs. Whereas if you look at a fan subbing site like TV Nihon, they actually factor in the Japanese honorifics that a lot of these show subtitles will leave out.
Funny thing is, now that I even have the Ultimate Edition Fallout New Vegas version on my Steam, I would actually have to call Steam, or drop them an email to tell them, please delete everything remarking that I ever had on the original New Vegas copy on my Steam. Because even in Ultimate Edition, my Steam is still without violence. I have the English version, like with English voiceover, but it's still censored in terms of violence. So it's like in between, because Steam is still fucked up in that regard.
Yeah, the folks over in Germany, they seem to be getting the short end of the stick as of late.
Yeah, these days, the thing is, these days it's actually getting a lot. Better.
Yeah, I heard they loosened.
These can sell basically everything in Germany. The office for censoring games got a lot better. It started with stuff like Doom, where Star Wars Dark Forces, which didn't even have any fucking blood in it, got put on the index because it was, a Doom clone. But these days you can just fucking get Doom 2016. You can actually just get it. The violence is not a problem. The only thing still a problem is swastikas. Okay, yeah.
I can't have those.
I don't actually get that, but it's that is still a problem. Violence is not a problem. But Bethesda didn't even try to bother with it, or Zenimax, whoever, and that is, Fallout 4 is also absolutely uncensored.
Yeah, I heard Germany is starting to loosen up a bit with games, with censorship in games a bit.
Thank goodness. Now we gotta worry about China.
Oh yeah, that's something to worry about.
Well, here's the thing. I'll just mention this real quick, and then we'll get back to New Vegas. If you guys haven't noticed, Ubisoft is adjusting every single copy of Rainbow Six Siege to remove anything that could be offensive to the Chinese. Which means we're going to get censored too.
Yeah. There's one good thing.
The Chinese?
There may be one good thing with the new Total War 3 Kingdoms, which takes place in China.
Yeah.
They met because the Chinese, believe it or not, hate social justice. They hate social justice politics. They have a name for it, which I forget, which they mock Westerners for their virtue signaling. And the Chinese are very proud and unapologetic with their history. So
as they should be, but
they will
also didn't what was it?
Well, here's the flip side though.
So
they
may not put that bullshit that they put in Total War 2 in Three Kingdoms.
It's
I mean,
possible.
it's Chinese. I mean, the Star Wars films kind of bombed. Like they had to change the title of The Force Awakens to have what was it?
They had to
Boyega
take Finn out of the
yeah,
movie poster.
because they're fucking racist as shit. They don't like black actors.
They hated Black Panther.
No surprise.
I mean, it's not. I mean, like you could make an argument that like the Chinese actually are fucking racist, since every time there's a black actor in a film, they always try to like change the advertisement so he's like not shown as possible.
What about the Japanese? Are they?
Japanese are.
The Japanese are all right with it. In fact, here's one of my favorite Japanese series is the Warriors series. Like I've been a fan since Dynasty Warriors 3, and and they're constantly adding new characters every time new entries come out, and it's usually mostly men, but there's quite a few women in there. Although I don't know how the Chinese would take their depictions of things of characters like Yuan Yu or any of the others that you find in the Three Kingdoms, because there's a lot of them in these games. But anyway,
I remember in Dynasty Warriors 4 there was the one female character that had like the weird rings as melee weapons. They were like circular.
That was Sun Shang Jiang. She was from the Wu Dynasty. She was actually
The Japanese are usually, sorry.
Yeah, the Japanese are a lot more loose when it comes to this stuff. They honestly don't mind.
They don't mind. They're politically incorrect with a lot of stuff. Like they don't care. I mean,
go to the museum in Japan where they basically worship their war heroes. You know, the kamikaze and such. Very enlightening experience.
I mean, in that game, Noah, which I want to buy, or no, which Neo, which the main character is a European samurai.
Yep.
Which is based on a real historical figure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But he didn't kill Ghost.
No, he didn't. But it's historical creativity. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the
but
same.
It's pretty cool.
It's the same with the Warrior series, and that's the big reason why I like it. That's a big reason why I've been a fan since Dynasty Warriors 3, because I liked some of these characters and the stories based around them. But anyway,
if everything's going on. I mean, if everything's going on great and like it better, I guess. I mean, at least when you're living in Germany, you don't have to worry about like lead in your water or like hookworms because of the sound.
Yeah, but anyway, so let's leave that aside. And get back to Vegas. I know some of us, like Haas said, he was burned out on Fallout 3 and went for New Vegas. But the first time you guys played the game, do you remember any of it? Like the first day or a couple hours of when you first played the game?
Yes, I did.
Oh yeah.
All right, then how would have you described that period anyway?
Well, Fallout New Vegas was the first Fallout game that I ever played. So I was, my initial reaction was really uncomfortable because of the music that plays when you're in Doc Mitchell's house and and you're creating your character. Bye, Haas, or you're going to be leaving?
He's not going to be gone long, about an hour, and then he'll be back.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
I'll just head out quickly, and then coming back.
Okay.
See you later. I remember the initial reaction to Fallout New Vegas was just like, man, this game is really uncomfortable. It took me a little while to get into it just because the atmosphere was so oppressive. And I was pretty young, by the way, when I first played New Vegas. I was like 14, and I don't know. I remember, I played Oblivion before that, or I think I was 15. Either way, I played Oblivion before that, and Oblivion had this very, peaceful atmosphere to it that was really, comfortable for me. And then playing New Vegas, it was just, it was just very oppressive. And then eventually I'd stopped playing it, and then a friend of mine had, he picked up New Vegas and he was playing, and he said, like, I really think you need to give it another try. And I did, and that was when I fell in love with the game. was the second time I gave it a try.
Nice.
So yeah, and then at that point, then I played Fallout 3 after New Vegas after I finished it, and then I played Fallout 1 and then 2. And still to this day, I haven't played Tactics. I've tried it, but I couldn't get into Tactics.
Well, anyway, let's hand the floor over to Haas real quick before he goes, so he can get his 2 cents in on this.
Yeah, so I mean, I played New Vegas after I played Fallout 3. You know, I played everything in chronological order, and well, after being kind of burned by Fallout 3, I was very, very wary of Fallout New Vegas until I actually realized who actually made Fallout New Vegas, and so in the end, I bought Fallout New Vegas on release date. Actually got my Steam account properly set up because of Fallout New Vegas, because it required it. I didn't want it, but that's the reason why I have a Steam account to this day. And yeah, I played it. I actually loved it, and to this day, I still sometimes play it. So yeah, I was really happy with it. It still had the kind of shitty mechanics from Fallout 3. And back when I first played it, like my computer wasn't properly capable enough of playing Fallout New Vegas, only barely, but it worked fine enough. And I was honestly surprised how much properly good gameplay you could get out of this gameplay mechanics that you had with Fallout 3. So I was very, very happy with the game.
I imagine that sums up a lot of us if we went straight from 3 to New Vegas like I did.
I was lucky to play New Vegas first, to be honest. I think New Vegas.
I envy you.
New Vegas is a really good place to enter the series because they really set up the world, and it's just some of the best world building.
Honestly, I think the fact that I started with Fallout 3 is the only reason I can really stand that game. If I'd started with the first or second or New Vegas, I probably would have looked at that and immediately threw it aside.
Like many of the codex member and look at it through with jaded cynicism.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people, they played Fallout 3 first, and then therefore they're softer on it. But I played Fallout 3 after New Vegas, and I kind of approached Fallout 3 and was like, it's not as good as New Vegas, but it still has a lot of the elements that I like from New Vegas, sort of. So I don't know. I kind of came away from Fallout 3 like, it's not as good as New Vegas, but I still like it. That was kind of my take on it.
Problem I had with New Vegas is it was a game I absolutely loved, and I never wanted to finish it because I was keeping going around, meeting people, doing side quests, and the world building was so nice that it really made sense and made me feel immersed. Unlike, for example, Fallout 3 or even Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is a disgrace.
Yeah.
By the way, many at the time lamented that the game felt so empty. There was not much to do or to see. I disagree completely because maybe events or quest lines in New Vegas were not in your face. I mean, sometimes you stumbled in a location that they were not supposed to have nothing. Instead, talking with the NPC, you got your quests. So it was laid out in a very diverse fashion.
Well, here's the way it's usually described: is when you look at Fallout New Vegas, there's two distinct acts that you follow. The start of the game is very much a Western, where you're starting in one city after something happens to you. You know the person you're after, you follow his trail to get to him. That's typical Western stuff. it's on the trail of revenge, that sort of thing. But then when you actually get to the city where you find him, then it takes on more of a mafia feel, like more of a modern storytelling style. You've got multiple factions fighting for one area. You get to choose who your support gets thrown behind, and then after that, essentially where your stats are allocated dictates how well you do at the end of the game.
Yeah. Also, if you owned all the DLC, which I own, they added on top of the main campaign many elements and also helped to fill out the some plot holes that the game had.
Yeah.
And the game itself, it was not about having a goal destination, but it was about the journey. This is what I loved about New Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the end goal after you get your revenge on Benny is which of the factions do you believe deserves that area of the West Coast, and that's a nice open-ended plot right there. Leaves it completely in your hands and lets you guide it the way you choose.
But it also had a nice dynamism because, for example, if you intended to, you could cripple the Legion early on just by accepting to meeting Caesar after you meet the Dr. House. And if you killed Caesar there and managed to survive a comeback, NPC were talking about it. Even the radio were talking about it.
Yep, that's another thing. I really liked the dynamic radio, where if you find the Euclid Sea Finder and activate the Archimedes 2 satellite, right after you fire that thing, you'll hear Mr. New Vegas talking about it, like something shot out of the sky, like this gigantic beam. I don't know what it was, but it looked dangerous. So that was nice, the dynamic radio and the world actually responding to the choices that you made.
You can clearly see what it's like to develop a game with passion in mind first, then easy shoveling out a title to grab money, like Fallout 4 in faction and in plot and everything was pretty low. I mean, like bad, really bad.
Yeah.
Even in roleplay elements. New Vegas instead is the exact opposite of it.
Yep, exactly. As for me, thinking back on my time with this, I bought the game, the special edition. I bought it on the Xbox 360. That was my console at the time, but this was after I played Fallout 3 and had some fun with it, but I didn't beat it the first time. I went back to the first two games, tried to play those, couldn't wrap my head around it at first. Then went back to shooting games for a while, if I remember correctly. I think Postal 2 was actually on my roster way back in the day, because I still love that old game from running with scissors. And then the New Vegas advertisements come around, and before I saw them, I was playing a handful of Obsidian games. I can't remember which ones, though I think it was KOTOR 2, way back in the day, thanks to an Xbox copy a friend loaned me. Then I see they're working on a new Fallout game. I go back and play it again just to get refamiliarized with the IP, and it's like, oh, this looks awesome. Place my order for it, got it, and I think the first time I played it, I was mostly just not doing any sort of role playing, just going through it like I would with Fallout 3. But then you get to the flight school, and I start walking the other way towards the NCR correctional facility. End up getting into a gunfight and taking another route. And my first experience with it was touch and go. I wasn't that good at it because I was still kind of getting used to the first-person shooting mechanics after Fallout 3, how different they were. But I enjoyed my first few hours way back in 2010 with New Vegas. It was buggy, no question, don't get me wrong, but it was worth it for what it was.
bug,
remember-
crash.
I remember my time playing it. I remember I got it day one. I pre-ordered the special edition. I remember liking it at first. It came after playing Fallout 3. And of course, I originally had it on console because I was a gamer for a while before PC.
That's
and
fine.
I liked it. And I liked it when I first played it, but then I stopped playing it for a while because for a while I don't know why it just didn't grab my attention. And then I came across Al Chessbreach, and he was playing a mod, New Vegas Bounties, and I was watching him play through that, and then I said to myself, I need to get this game on PC. So, and I did not have a PC at the time, so I sold a bunch of stuff at a garage sale, and I worked my butt off, and I was able to scrounge out enough money to buy a decent PC, and I got the game on Steam, and I did not look back.
Nice. I don't think I bothered getting the Steam version until maybe like. Actually, hang on. I don't even think I got the PC version until like 5 years later. As weird as that sounds, I don't even think I bothered getting the PC version until much, much later. Like, it had to be 2 or 3 years later.
I started New Vegas with the PC version, so I guess I started off the best I could. Like, I started my Fallout series with New Vegas on PC with mods. So,
well, yeah, I didn't start that way. I started with a console because I didn't know heads or tails of computers that well back in 2010.
I played Oblivion on the PS3 back in the day. That was my first experience with like a role-playing game, pretty much, and that was an interesting experience. I remember being blown away by that game.
Yeah, I was too.
Shocking as it sounds, my first experience with a RPG game was Baldur's Gate the first.
Oh,
that's not a bad one to start with.
That's about as OG as it gets as far as, well, I mean, it's not as OG as it gets because you could go back to the 80s and stuff, but it's very, traditional Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I at the time I was going to the school, and we just when I started to play that game, it really made explode a love for RPGs for me. Not even on video games, but I usually play also a lot of pen and paper with friends, Dungeons and Dragons, Cyberpunk, and many other settings as well. So I'm a bit RPG fanatic.
It's cool. I wish I could play more pen and paper with people. I've only played pen and paper like twice in my life. I don't know anyone who's into it really, except for one guy, but I don't really talk to him anymore. So,
well, it depends on what kind of pen and paper. Because there is a way to play with players who are not in your area. You can always use stuff like Roll20 or any other sort of program like that.
Tabletop Simulator is a new one.
Yeah. Those are always good choices if you don't have anybody locally that you can play, because odds are there's somebody out there who's going to have a game that you really want, but nobody else in your area does.
Yeah.
Let's see, but speaking for myself on this one, there's an old RPG that I remember from many, many years ago. I actually have the book right here on my shelf next to me. It's called Dawnforge, and it was actually one of the runners-up to be the Dungeons & Dragons 3.0 setting. Eberron ended up winning, and this one was one of the runner-ups, so they made it into a limited-run official product. And it's a setting where the world is very new. The gods and the deities don't really exist, but your characters can build themselves up to be great heroes or gods or deities in this. So it's not a bad setting, but it wasn't really widely known. But I still keep my books of it just in case.
Yeah, it's cool.
Let's see. So, what else? What else was there about New Vegas aside from? Well, the dialogue and plots stick out the most to me, especially after all the DLC is out. So,
The choice you could take during questline, even side questline, there were multiple ways to solve a situation.
yeah, and not even just that. The quest lines themselves were some of the best I'd seen in quite a while, and this was after coming off of Oblivion, where everything was pretty much cut and dry, where the story was okay, but the quests were always one spot to another, with very little, if any, choice to make. Then all of a sudden, I get to New Vegas, where one of the first quests that I get is, okay, how many of these people around the town can you convince to help out before you decide to take on these bandits?
Just the first quest in Good Springs is indicative of the game is at level of quest, because you have these choices. You can decide to face with the people, the powder gangers.
Yeah, you can side
But
with
doing
the
so
town or the powder gangers.
exactly in all of these, you can gather allies depending on your skills, your stat. You call, for example, tell Easy Pete to give you dynamite, or you can bargain with the local shop to supply the people of the village with later armor. I mean, there is so much choice you can do.
Mm-hmm.
In,
Although that was probably the one thing that drew me to New Vegas when I really got to play it for the first time, was coming off of Fallout 3, where they barely gave you any choice whatsoever, and what little there was innocuous at best. Coming into a game like this with the amount of options they had, it felt like a more superior developer had actually touched up a game that I thought was okay. And it still endures to this day. It's many people's preferred game, to the point where people will sometimes say the only reason I'll play Fallout 3 is because I can play it with Tale of Two Wastelands.
That's right, yeah.
Speaking of which, I need to try a fresh reinstall of the games to see how well that mod works out. If it works the way I think it does, that's probably going to be my new favorite way to play.
It's a cool mod. I mean, that's kind of how I felt about Fallout 3 when I played it. It was like, oh, this is just more of New Vegas. It's just not as good of a story, and the dialogue's not as good. But it's just, I don't know. That's how I kind of reacted to it at the time. It's
Yeah.
not as good mechanically. Like, you know how there's like strength requirements for weapons, and like, you know, damage threshold is different from damage resistance, and you know, there's differences. But overall, to me at the time, I was just like, this is just kind of more of what I already liked.
Yeah. Although, speaking of stuff we liked, let's try this. Let's try this on, for example. Since plot and dialogue are usually things people bring up when it comes to New Vegas. Let's go this direction for a minute. This is a bit of a four-way. Let's say favorite and worst dialogue situations, as well as plot moments.
That's a great question. I think my favorite dialogue moment in the entire... wait, are we talking about New Vegas or just the whole franchise?
New Vegas.
Okay. Man, I was going to say with the whole franchise that it was Fallout 2 has my favorite dialogue moment when you convince the Enclave guy. But I think my favorite dialogue in Fallout New Vegas is anything to do with Mr. House. And my least favorite dialogue is anything to do with Ulysses, basically. And that pretty much sums it up.
That guy, understandably, he gets a bad rap for how he got into the story. If he didn't set a pre-established start for where you came from, I could see why people wouldn't dislike him as much. But the fact that he makes the courier's backstory a synth backstory, yeah, I can understand why people hate him and that DLC for it.
Yeah, I don't like bad writing, but I have a high tolerance for bad writing as long as it's not pretentious. One thing that I have a very low tolerance for is pretension. Like, when you're like really like you think you're super smart, but you're actually writing horse shit, like that pisses me off more than anything. And I hate to say it, but oh man, I feel bad because fuck, we had Chris Avalone as the guest, so I feel like a jackass for saying that. I wish I was here so I could have asked him questions and stuff, but because he wrote Lonesome Road, right?
He was
Ulysses
he was one of
is
the
XP.
he was one of the lead writers in that DLC, I think.
Yeah, fuck, I feel like an asshole now, but yeah, like he's written incredible things. Like Coach War 2, so well written. I haven't played Planescape Torment, but I've heard that it's one of the best written games ever. And you know he's written.
Your ears don't deceive you.
I love Dead Money as well. You know,
Dead Money was awesome.
Yeah,
I
so
love Dead Money.
so he makes great stuff. I don't know why, but for some reason I guess Lonesome Road just came off as really pretentious to me. That's how it sounded, because Ulysses is so like, God, that character thinks he's smart, but he speaks nonsense, and
Yeah.
and it's drawn out dialogue, and he's got this super badass voice actor, and it's like, I just hate this guy. I don't know. I hated that character.
Well, I got tired of him too. But
I
he
hated the
was.
boss fight with him too. He's so OP.
Are you sure? Because I actually took him down pretty handily.
Oh man, yeah. Last time I played, I must have come not prepared because I had a hard time with him.
Well, let's see. What about your favorite and worst plot moments?
Hold on. I thought we were still on character.
Well, you can start with either one.
Yeah,
if,
sorry, I kind of
if you want to do all right.
Well, my favorite dialogue is any dialogue where you talk with members of Caesar's Legion. I love that. Because I like to treat Legion like the villains of the game, which they basically are, and hearing their perspective and hearing like their views and everything. It's like it's such good building towards the villains and everything. It's like listening, like you're learning their goals, and like they're not mustache twirling villains. I mean, they have their reasons why they believe what they believe.
Yeah, they have a civilization, drastically
Yeah.
different from what you see in New Vegas, but they do have a civilization.
Yeah, and it's interesting learning about that and everything, hearing them, and also getting a chance to also like stick it to them as well, especially if they insist you if you play a female courier. That's really fun. And hearing the dialogue like from one of the soldiers who's patrolling around Camp Searchlight when you wipe out Cottonwood Cove, and he's like, a single woman took out an entire Legion camp? Oh boy, that's priceless. And that's fun. I love that. So any dialogue where you talk with Legion and everything, I love it. My least favorite, and you're all gonna hate me for this, I hated every bit of dialogue where you talk to the characters in Old World Blues. Oh,
The think tank?
Wow.
Oh yes,
that hurts.
I hate them all. I hate them all so goddamn much. I wanted to blow goddamn big empty. It's a glorified house mod. I wanted to kill them all, and I did.
Ranger and I have talked about this before. We both don't like Old World Blues, so we're both in the same.
No, that's fine. I consider it to be my second favorite behind Dead Money.
You could, in all the World Blues, you could like make one of the robots, Dala, if I remember correctly, ejaculates battery.
Yeah, she essentially gives you depleted batteries if you go along with her breathing experiments. Essentially, she's got a
quote unquote breathing, which is actually masturbate too.
Yeah, quote unquote research. when I started piecing all that together and seeing what these guys were really like, I was just like, oh, this is gold. I love these guys.
It was funny because I was playing that piece. It was a festivity, I think it was Christmas. So I had all the parents at home, and I had not the headphone then. I had the speakers. And so when that part went on, everybody in the home heard it. I was like red in face. It was such
They heard you.
embarrassing.
They heard you playing the DLC and you went beat red, huh? What
That
part did they
part
catch you
was
at?
the one of the Doc Dalla in All the World Blues when she's ejaculate butter.
Oh, that. Where she essentially asked you to show her a good time. I get it.
I really
That was
like the
weird.
house utensils that would talk, like the sink and and
Oh,
all that stuff.
jeez, I
That was
hated
funny.
those guys after a while. They just wouldn't shut up.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
I actually thought they were funny. I didn't find the talking brains to be as funny.
Yeah, no. Actually, no. The scientists from the think tank were actually more tolerable than a lot of the stuff you find in the sink, believe it or not. Because
Yeah, I don't know.
all the
It just
different
comes down to
personalities, all the different personalities, and the fact that they just will not shut up unless you turn them off yourself, that gets aggravating. If they're if they were set up in such a way where they didn't talk as much, but they still had the funny responses to certain things, that would have been more appreciable. Like say for example the book recycler that recycles clipboards and pencils that it considers to be communist material. If it didn't repeat the same text like every single time you go in and out of the menu, like if the game recognizes that you're going in and out of the menu, if it just shuts it up for a minute, that would have been nice.
That book burning thing, the voice sounded a lot like Jerry Seinfeld to me.
Yeah,
Or was
all
it?
the,
It was one
and then
of
of course we had the talking toaster, which was a reference for the previous games.
Yeah.
Poor old toaster. He ended up dying in a bathtub.
I didn't visit the sink that much, so maybe that's why I didn't find it as annoying, because I just kind of interacted with them the one time. So
Yeah, well, they're useful for what they are, but yeah, it is more or less a glorified house mod once you're finished with the main story, and you can come back there anytime you wish. So that place is basically a free player house.
and they sure bend lure to make that work, because you can teleport.
Well, then again, you have
basically used.
well, then again, you also have that transportal ponder, that little thing that you get from the scientists after the story's over.
Yep.
But it makes sense why you would be able to teleport in and out, but not them. Because you were actually teleported in and used as an experiment. They can't leave.
But teleporting is just, at a certain point with Fallout, like I'd prefer it to be a little more grounded, I guess.
Yeah, kind of like Dead Money, where you end up passing out in the bunker you're found and dragged to the Sierra Madre. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Like you just got knocked unconscious. Someone took you there. I mean, I don't know how far the Sierra Madre was though from that bunker.
I don't think anybody does, unless we actually see a map of it. Maybe if we get Chris on here as a guest, maybe we can ask him about that. See where he thought the Sierra Madre was.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd give a straight answer, just because it's like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would.
It's possible.
I like Dead Money. My favorite DLCs are Honest Hearts and Dead Money for me personally. I like those two a lot.
For me, this is Overdoor Blues and Dead Money. Dead Money being higher slightly.
Honestly, I'd agree with you there. Dead Money's my personal favorite. Old World Blues is second. Honest Hearts comes in third, and Lonesome Road comes in last.
Yeah, Lonesome Road is basically a dungeon. You go and you kill, and you go and you kill.
Yeah, it's one long extended dungeon, but it's a nice showpiece for what kind of damage those nukes can do.
Definitely, I'll take it over Swag Daddy 76 nuking nukes on his
Oh, good grief! Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But anyway, let's see. let me go ahead and get my best and worst in on this one. When it comes to worst dialogue, let's see. This one actually goes to a companion. I really didn't like the way that Veronica was presented, the way her lines were spoken. She sounded like she knew she was a character in a video game. That's
Breaking
how she
the
sounded.
fourth wall.
Yeah, doing a little bit of that too much.
I hear you.
Yeah, I did not like her in that respect. She had a good storyline, though. Don't get me wrong.
I like her story.
A brotherhood scribe that sees her brothers and sisters essentially dying out slowly, and she wants to help, but they just don't want to listen. So in that respect, that was probably one of my favorite plots. Is even though I hated the character, I really liked the story that was told for her.
I love it. I love it. Cassidy is my favorite.
Cassidy was great, especially.
I'm kind of the opposite perspective. I like Veronica more than Cassidy. Cassidy, I thought was a little bit too much for me sometimes with her just kind of blunt.
Oh, I didn't mind her for that. I actually liked her more because of that.
I understand. It's just different personality tastes, I guess.
Let's see. So that takes care of my worst dialogue and best quest. So what would be the opposites? Let's see. Best dialogue. I'm probably gonna have to.
Everyone loves Edie.
What, Edie? The little robot? The little
Yeah.
iBot? Nah, not really. He's useful as a traveling storage bunker. That's about it. But it's not until he gets to that's not until you finish Lonesome Road that he becomes really, really useful. Granted, if you're talking about the Edie in Lonesome Road, the one that has a little bit more of a personality based off of Robbie the Robot, sure, but not the Edie in New Vegas. But as for best dialogue, let me see. I think it's probably the captured Centurion that you find who's captured by the NCR, and you have to convince him to give up the information that he knows.
Or you could beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, I
That
was a
good.
high enough intelligence the first time I encountered him to speak Latin and convince him that I was part of Caesar's army, and that I was actually there to kill him. And then all of a sudden at the end, I just have to tell him, you know what? I wish you guys weren't so gullible because you just told me everything I needed to know.
I had a high enough speech where I was able to be smug and everything with them.
I prefer the high intelligence route with him because at least that you can fake Latin and he'll believe you much more easily.
I like doing things with words and just getting under people's skin. I'm the bounty hunter, the jaded bounty hunter with a heart of gold.
That is kind of fun. As for least favorite plots, jeez, I don't even think there was one. I don't even think there was one that I consider really bad. Honestly, one that I just refused to do when I found it.
There were some tedious plots like Come Fly With Me, but there weren't any straight out bad writing, unless we talk about what was taken from third game because Obsidian had to comply by Bethesda's rules.
Oh, Come Fly With Me was actually a pretty good quest line. The fact that you just stumble onto it by accident if you go into that area is nice. But I think the most annoying one, honestly, excuse me, if I had to pick one of the more annoying ones, I mean, just straight out of a hat annoying. Jeez. Honestly, I can't even pick one, to be honest.
One thing I wanted to say really quick, Ranger, you like jaded bounty hunters with a heart of gold?
Yeah.
I just finished Red Dead Redemption 2 last night.
Oh,
and
I've
like that game.
The whole game?
getting that.
The story at least.
Okay.
Yeah, the main story, yeah.
I plan on getting that for my birthday.
It's worth it.
Yeah, I just finished it. It's like, it's such a, I mean, I'm a huge Rockstar fanboy, so take what I say with a grain of salt, I guess. I mean, I'm willing to be critical of some Rockstar games, of course, like especially GTA 5 for me, but like GTA 4 is my favorite game of all time, but I don't know, Red Dead Redemption 2, I think this is Rockstar's best game. I think
As everyone's saying.
Yep.
yeah,
They just get
their deepest game.
they just get better and better over time, and that's proof of it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, all these companies, they always lose their thing. Like BioWare loses it over time. Bethesda, obviously. Even Obsidian, I think, is kind of like they're losing people a little bit, and they lost Chris Avellone, and they're going to be acquired by Microsoft possibly, and all that. Like, lots of companies kind of lose their way, but Rockstar has stayed the same since 2001, and they've kept getting better.
It's funny because a lot of the game journalists don't want them to. I mean, you saw all that with Rockstar saying we put like 100 hours a week into making this game, and all the journalists are like, "Oh my god, that's inhumane. That's horrible. How could they force their employees to do this?" And a lot of the employees are like, "No, no, no. We wanted to work long hours on this game because we wanted the game to be good."
Mm-hmm.
It's like
that's what
it's
these
like
people don't understand. That's what these people don't understand is that unionization of the game industry is actually a bad idea because unions really don't draw in the best. What they do is they retain the worst, and Rockstar isn't known for retaining the worst. They will weed out people over the years who just can't hack it. And
the reason why unions are important, though, is because unions are collectively give bargaining rights to specific groups of people that individually don't really have any power or say so.
Well, that's the only real good thing about them. The rest is essentially stuff that you can do without in most industries.
I don't know. I mean, you want to hold someone's feet to the fire because they're like, I don't know, there's something going around damaging, your workers, and your boss or whatever doesn't want to give you give the funds to fix the problem, and it's making people really sick. Then people would throw a class action lawsuit towards it and get it fixed and file a complaint with the labor board.
Yeah, but anyway, the response to that sort of thing, which Dan Houser even clarified that it was mostly him and the writing staff who were putting in those hours. And he's in charge of the studio, so someone like him, I can understand him putting in long hours because that's his company.
Yeah,
and they want to make a good product for their fans and for their consumers. Is that so bad? And it's like game journalists are like, yes, it is bad.
Yeah, what would they know about creating good products? They can't even create them themselves.
They forfeited that argument of being for the consumer side when they defended microtransactions.
Yep.
Yep.
Microtransactions are a good thing. They make the game whole. Oh, just fuck off.
Yeah, nobody believes that. And as soon as we get to the stuff for 46 beta, we're probably going to have more to say about that.
76, you mean?
Yeah. Well, anyway, actually, I think I did finally identify the one, not so much plot, but the one quest in Fallout New Vegas that I don't like. And this is because I found out that an option was removed before the game launched. That was during the House Always Wins questline, you have to get rid of the Brotherhood of Steel. And there was an option that was cut to spare them. And in the release game, it's not there, so you have no choice but to destroy the Brotherhood if you choose to side with House. And by that time, you can't back out. So you're stuck with it.
I used to disagree with that design decision, but I've actually changed my mind on that, and I kind of agree with what they were doing with that. If you want me to explain that, I can go into it. Like,
go ahead, man.
Yeah. So with the independent ending for Fallout New Vegas, the Brotherhood of Steel, no matter what you do, they always end up holding up the roads and basically like robbing people of technology, no matter what. And that's a consequence of the independent ending if you keep the Brotherhood alive. So there really isn't a good ending for the Brotherhood of Steel unless you go NCR, unless you consider them robbing the roads to be a good ending. But I don't think
the fanboys think so.
I always kill those guys at the end because there is nothing they add to the base run. They're xenophobic idiots who hoard technology for nothing else because of their stupid principles.
Yeah, and that's why House wanted to kill them. So.
Well, yeah, I mean they're also a threat to House himself if they ever find out how exactly he keeps himself alive. But at the same time, that's still a loss of choice, and that's again a reason why I wasn't a big fan of that particular storyline. The fact that you couldn't keep the Brotherhood alive if you chose to side with House originally, you have to add it back in with a mod.
There was also another too that was taken out. That was if you wanted the NCR and the followers to have an alliance, that was taken out too for the quest for the Republic.
Yeah, that was a pretty poor choice right there, because having them work together wouldn't have been a bad idea in the least.
No. So yeah, quite a bit of stuff. Mod to get that back too.
Let's see. So, what about the rest of you guys? What were your best and worst on those two?
Well, I have a worst quest. I don't like Come Fly With Me, personally.
Fair enough.
Just not my thing.
One of my favorites would have to be what is that quest called? Well, so there was the Sharecroppers quest, and
White
you had to go, huh?
White Wolf. Anderson, west side.
No, not that one.
Vault maybe?
Yeah, Vault 34.
Oh yeah, that's great, where the boomers came from.
Yeah, where the boomers came from.
That reminds me of the boomers. I don't like them either. I feel like their quests are too much of a chore, and I just don't like that.
No, I wasn't talking about that. Hold on.
But
isn't that the one where you have to?
Yeah, Heartlock Blues. That was the one where you go in. Originally, you were told the water in the NCR Sharecroppers farm is bad. There's something wrong with the pumps. So you go check it out, and you see that there's a radiation leak at Vault 34. And while you go through the quest and everything, you find out what happened. Well, originally in Vault, when you go do Come Fly With Me, you learn that Chris Haverstein was in charge of making sure the reactor was safe. And when he left, because he thought, oh my god, I'm turning into a ghoul, he left the vault, and there's basically no one to maintain it. And it ended up having a leak, and ended up ghoulifying most of the remaining vault population. And as you go through Vault 34, you find out that there is a small band of Vault 34 dwellers that are alive, and you have a choice of either damming the sharecroppers farm, which would put a lot of these people out of business and force them to give up their livelihood and move back probably to California because the soil would be bad, and as well as probably other people, because you learn during the quest someone to watch over me, that the girl Alice, her mother's having growing her crops too. So the water supply is pretty much poisonous around that area. So you have a choice of either damming the sharecroppers and the people who are farming out in outer Vegas, or you can save the Vault 34 dwellers who are trapped. So you have a bit of a choice wherever or not what to do. Either way, you're damning somebody.
Yeah, I can understand with that quest. I've only done that quest a few times. It's kind of a hidden quest, to be honest, so I kind of forget that it exists.
Yeah, it is.
But
I didn't even find it until my last playthrough. I didn't even know it was there. And it was just by accident when I was going down Vault 34.
That's one thing that always amazes me with New Vegas, is that I've played that game for like 1,000 hours, and whenever I replay it, there's always some quest that I didn't know existed, or some new things that I didn't know.
That is one of its biggest strengths, though.
Yeah, a lot of hidden stuff, you know. I feel like with Oblivion, I've played that game so much, and I feel like I've actually like turned over every rock in that game to a point where like I think I know every quest and I think I've done every quest. But with New Vegas, I feel like I've put more time in New Vegas, yet still there are things that I don't know about, and it's because it's all well hidden.
Because it's a world that were designed about exploration in mind. Is pretty old school in its spirit, because normally now modern RPG are just going from point A to point B, and pretty much the quest. I can give you many examples of this. There is nothing hidden to be found. There is not a situation that you call possible skip, because all is in front of your eyes. It's the same, for example, in Fallout 3, Fallout 4, but even in other RPG like The Witcher. You have those quests that are easy to find, easy to follow, and there is not something that can be missed. But honestly, I like more the New Vegas approach, because it stimulates the wandering sense, the exploration. You actually end up to care about the world that are around your character. You are exploring it. You are like breathing it, like many other games where modern RPG, where the world is just like a scenery.
Let's see.
As for my
Let's see.
least favorite, I don't think I have a least favorite other than Old World Blues, but I know that hurts you, BJ, but
Well,
yeah.
that's fine. Different takes, different tastes.
Yeah.
It is one of my favorite DLCs, I will admit to that, but
I would
it
say
does
the
have
other
its
quest
its
I like.
problems.
I would say the other quest that I like is any quest in Dead Money. God, I love Dead Money. They were all just great.
Well, hopefully we get another DLC like that in the future. Maybe from Wasteland 3. That'd be interesting. Let's see, was there any... Actually, you gave us your favorite dialogue moments and your favorite plot and your favorite plots and quests, so that makes both me and you and Paladin. So anybody else want to pitch in?
Favorite quest in New Vegas? Well, I like the Vault 24 or 22, I believe. That's one with the spores.
Plants.
Yeah.
That was horrifying going in there.
That was horrifying.
That is a very good quest.
And it was amazing. I loved it. And the dialogue, everything about that money, basically. I just love the character interaction and how a mute character has got more of a character, basically, than anything in 3 or 4.
Yep.
One of my favorite quests is Boone's loyalty mission.
I like Boone's loyalty mission too. That's probably one of my favorite companion quests.
I forgot to remember to forget.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot to remember the quest. Yeah, it's a great quest.
One of my favorite moments was cracking open the vault of the Sierra Madre.
Oh, that was awesome! Actually, cracking the vault open, and then of course there's that famous little trap in there if you're not careful.
Oh yeah, I did that on the first try, and I was like, "Oops."
Me too. I was kind of shocked by that. I was like, "What?" Like
I didn't do it on the first try. I thought I did it on purpose.
Yeah, if you're excessively curious, then that vault becomes your tomb.
You had so much to carry with you in that moment, and so little time. You could not carry everything because there were like gold ingots, really super valuable stuff, you were in a rush because everything was going to hell any moment.
Yeah, you had to get yourself out of there, and yet you're tempted to take at least one of those gold bars with you.
Let it go. Let
Although,
go.
here's the thing, you don't necessarily have to let it go. You can always drop some of your other gear, and just enough
That's
so
what
you
I
can
did,
take...
and I took
Like, the
some
place is
gold
going up anyway. You're never going to get this stuff back, so just drop it, take the gold, and go.
White man's greed.
You'd be
I al-
filthy like me and TGM it and just get God mode.
Cheat use. You can use it. No, well, God mode is also, but you can use a glitch. If you carry the gold with stealth boy, you can carry it out.
With a stealth boy?
Yeah, you can trap a hijack and take a gold. You will be over encumbered, but you can make it. Just.
Yeah, oh, now I know what you mean. You actually have to sneak out of there before Father Elijah realizes what you've done.
That whole
See?
moment just made me want to have like a feather spell from Oblivion or Morrowind where I can just like carry like 500 pounds extra of like random shit.
That would have been
Love that.
useful.
Wasn't like the original idea behind the story, but not like with Father Elijah, but the other like story going on behind the people who were at the casino. Like, was there like a jealous ex-lover who got really pissed off and like wanted to lock his wife inside the casino with the dude as a fuck you for trying to steal his money or something?
Yeah, somewhat like that. Dean Domino tried to convince Vera Keys to seduce Sinclair, the creator of Sierra Madre, in order to rob him because he was extremely jealous of good fortune.
Mhm.
And Vera ended up getting cold feet and feeling bad. So she told Sinclair, and Sinclair at first was pissed. So he made a trap for Dean, but he ended up forgiving Vera and wanting to protect her and save her. So he was able to make it so that way the vault can open from the outside. But for Dean, he would have been locked in forever.
Yeah. Although, as I understand, I believe the Sierra Madre was also so hastily put together that most of the notes that you find from the employees are saying how much of a death trap this place feels like.
Yes, because they got funding from Big Mountain, and they were testing new stuff in there.
No surprise.
And
But Sierra Madre was also screwed over by the whole companies. They chipped on their resources. Half of the shipment never came.
Oh, the anti the suits that you see the ghost people wearing, they didn't get enough of them, did they?
They didn't do anything to begin with.
Yep.
no, instead they trapped them in the suits.
Yep. That stuff essentially shrunk around them as like shrink wrap over the skin, and any sort of external exposure that was going to make it worse.
Since Beamdog isn't working on the Baldur's Gate 3, could it be In Exile or like Obsidian making the new Baldur's Gate 3?
Oh, I hope it's In Exile. I hope they do it.
But they're already working on the Wasteland 3.
Yeah, I know, but they can easily put like somebody on pre-production, come up with some ideas while they're working on Wasteland 3.
The way it sounds like it's more. I think it's in like past pre-production. I think they're in production, but I don't know. I want to see it though, and I hope for the love of God they don't use fucking 5e. That'd be such a disappointment. It's like getting right there at the climax and you just get blue balled.
That's a nice description.
It's true though, because it's like, oh, cool, they're gonna make another game in the Forgotten Realm setting. That could be cool, or like maybe in Planescape setting, like the actual setting. That's pretty cool. But no, they're gonna do that, but they're gonna use a shitty system that is so boring that you'll probably fall asleep before you get past the character creation screen. So,
Well,
it's done,
here's
done.
here's another thing to keep in mind. Let's think about this. What were the last RPGs that these two companies made? For Obsidian, it was Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. For In Exile, the last one they made, jeez, what was it? Aside from Wasteland 2, they also made Torment Tides of Numenera.
Yeah, and that was
And
disappointing.
it
Mainly
was.
because the system was based off of was so fucking shit. I'm sorry, but that game.
The system was okay for what it was, but the setting was so far flung in the future that you could barely understand the setting itself, and that was what threw me off and made me lose interest.
I know Numenera from the pen and paper. Is a game that is based on the concept that any advanced technology that people are not able to understand is not different than magic. So you have this sci-fi game with fantasy elements where you have this sort of mages that instead of casting spell, they interact with the nanomachine in the atmosphere, stuff like that. But it's a bit too much edgy for me.
Yeah, it is a bit. Oh, hang on a second. I forgot Tyranny. Tyranny was another one that Obsidian made, and
Tyranny is alright. Yeah.
Tyranny was fun, honestly.
I just don't like the gameplay in it. It's just I don't know, man. I needs to be better.
The gameplay was all right for me. The only thing I didn't like about it is the initial release did not have an option for you to stay with Kuros. You had to betray him at the end originally. They only recently added that option in to stay on his side, if I remember correctly.
No spoilers because I still playing it and I have to finish it.
Oh, sorry. I thought that news was actually getting around on the Codex for a while, if I remember correctly, and I think we touched on it once or twice.
Besides Tyranny, I overall like it. I mean, it's original as a concept. The gameplay could, let's see it. The gameplay could have been a lot better if they chose to don't use a system like that. Maybe a more in-depth system will given the game way more depth. But aside of quest and plot, those were great, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole premise of Tyranny was great. Being able to play on the side of the evil empire as it conquers what remains of the world, and slowly you become a power capable of rivaling that of Kuros. It was a good story, and a lot of the companions are pretty nice. Although, quite honestly, I find myself relying on the dude in armor and also the beast woman as at least two of the members that I don't switch out.
I usually bring with me Sibyl and the dude with armor.
Barrick, I believe his name is. Although I find that I still have no idea how to get him out of that armor, if it's even possible. I'm trying to work up a solution. But he's a great guy. I like having Barrick on my side. Let's see. So, Eteros, you got anything else to add?
What can I add?
I guess that's a good point. That makes 4 of us. Haas is quiet. Lone's muted himself. He must have lost connection. Let's see. What else needs to be said about New Vegas? It's getting some of the better mods recently, like New California. Fallout 3 had had Wanderers Edition, but we've already got that with Project Nevada, which is pretty cool. Haven't played it in a while, but the few times I did play it was nice. So I guess because the game's probably going to be around for another 12 years like the other ones have, unless something really weird happens. What do you guys want to see from the future of this game, if it has one?
Well, I think some long-term project recently released like Fallout New California were a fresh start. What I will see I think New Vegas as a game has pretty much almost everything it needs to be a great roleplay game.
Yeah, you can only really add on to it in terms of content.
Exactly.
You don't really need to fuss with messing around with the systems unless for some crazy reason you want to change or
I'll be back.
remove something.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, the system was perfect. So perfect that, honestly, when Fallout 4 changed the system on a perk one, I was like shocked and really, really mad about it.
Oh, we all
Because,
were. Because here's the thing, perks are supposed to be unique, and in Fallout New Vegas, here's the only props that I will give Bethesda for 76 right now. The perk cards do add a little bit of variety for the early game, because that's when you're building your character. Because that's when you're building your character for the most part. And the same set of stats and perks that I always start with, I've already run my course on pretty much all the opening perks, so those aren't interesting anymore. If I could switch up the beginning roster, like get some different perks in New Vegas for the first 2 or 4 or 6 levels, that'd be kind of nice. So at least
New
76
Vegas,
got that right.
New Vegas had in the system you call actually shape your character in the way you see fit for the character in a roleplay sense. Because it was like the whole Fallout, you were not creating a superhero, but a regular dude with flaws and pros. And this is why I loved the system New Vegas. Also, many tracks you could choose at the creation of the character, like if your character had eyeglasses, it called
Yeah, the 4 eyes trait.
exactly. Those are all little things that add a lot in the roleplay department. And sadly, with Fallout 4, we have the same problem about Skyrim. That you create a
Ooh, yeah.
character, you have a progression, but every character you make are just equal. One to another, all equal. Because in the end, you will always select the same perks. I don't know why
Well, yeah,
Bethesda is so
because
obsessed with perks.
Bethesda never quite grasped the idea that even though the 10 races may have nations where they come from, not all of them are the same. So you could easily do something like, say, in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, in I think it was the 6.0 or the 7.0 user patch, where it lets you pick an archetype for each bloodline that you choose. So, say for example, if you want to play as a Ventru, the socialite vampires, that's actually the class that I usually play with Vampire the Masquerade, because I usually am a talker, not a fighter. But you can use your character's archetype to change what sort of stats and abilities and advantages you want for that particular vampire class. You don't have to follow the same one every single time. So you can pick, say, a gangrel who are good for shapeshifting and fighting and give them a little bit more of a social side, whereas before that was one of their weakest. Same thing with the Nosferatu. They can't be very charismatic, but with the archetypes you can change that. So if say for example, Skyrim had something like that where you could choose one of 3 archetypes for each race that you chose, that would make a nice bit of replay value. Let somebody start out as a merchant, a warrior, or a mage, for example, and boost certain skills a respective amount to compensate for that.
Hey man, that takes work, and games are not about putting work into it. It's about getting this damn thing out as quickly as possible and making the most amount of money as much as possible.
Fair enough.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate the birth sign thing, because your character is supposed to be born under that date, and then they just make it into something that you can change at any time in Skyrim.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah. But
Like,
even
what were they
more,
thinking?
Fucking plot point.
the system like that. I mean, in Morrowind, each race, even sex, was distinct in the field and also in the statistics.
Yeah,
Ooh,
exactly.
we can't have that today.
Yeah, can't have
Alright.
that today.
I mean, you
They
see.
were
Go ahead.
they were distinct. I mean, some races were good for things, other for other things. For example, the Dunmer were like pretty effective Gish character. What I mean,
Yeah, they were
you
pretty
can
good. They were
mix
pretty good warriors and spellcasters. They just weren't very charismatic
exactly.
or talkers.
In Skyrim, everyone is a very, very good stealth archer.
Yeah,
In
everybody.
Skyrim,
That's because the stealth archer option, even at the most basic level, it's double damage for a stealth hit.
Dude,
Yep,
it's so broken. And like when you level up, you need to upgrade, health, stamina, or magic. Well, if you're sneaking, there's no reason to upgrade stamina other than, stamina is drained when you like zoom in your bow. But that doesn't fucking matter. So all you need to do is just upgrade your health, and then you're this tanky, sneaky guy, and you're unkillable. And
Yeah.
it's just a broken game.
Well, to be fair, I
Let's,
just replayed Morrowind as a complete unarmored melee character, and it's fucking hilarious because, well, you're basically blasting through the game, leveling every 5 minutes, and it's just fucking hilarious.
and
I've
it's
actually never played a
also
sneaking character in Morrowind.
pretty cool because if you roll,
Just fucking punch everyone.
yeah, and
What they-
they
All their games.
an enemy won't die because if you down an enemy with punches in Morrowind, they will just pass out.
Exactly, and then
So
they
you
will never get up again.
It's broken in all their games, but at least in like Morrowind and Oblivion, like if you were a sneaky character, you didn't have as high of health. Like you were squishy,
Yeah,
unless I'm wrong with that.
yeah. When you're doing stealth in Morrowind, it does downplay your health a little bit. Stamina is what you want.
Yeah.
But let's see. Speaking of busted mechanics, here's one thing. If you guys have never played Daggerfall before, an unarmed
Buggerfall, you mean?
What,
Buggerfall, you mean?
Yeah, Buggerfall. Here's the thing. If you guys have never played Daggerfall before, here's an interesting thing you guys might want to know. In Daggerfall, when you're using melee options, like using your fists and feet, it directly damages your opponent's health. It doesn't damage their stamina. So you are able to kill things if you are strong enough and have a high enough unarmed skill. So Morrowind actually had a more interesting system where the more you punch somebody, it doesn't drain their health right away, it just knocks them out. And when they're knocked out, then you can start damaging their health.
But if the character were knocked out inside a pool of water,
It
will drown.
quicker.
Oh
Also,
yeah, that's actually something in Hitman as well, the new Hitman. If you knock out somebody and they fall into a pool of water face down, they'll start drowning.
Yeah. Also, in Morrowind, you can do several funny things. First of all, you want to pick as your race. You want to pick an Imperial, because then you get the what I call Fist of the North Star power, which lets you drain 200 stamina from your enemy on touch once a day.
Oh
And
yeah,
if
that's
you-
useful.
That's very useful because if you also take the lover sign, birth sign, you can also paralyze your enemy for something seconds while losing 200 stamina. And that makes it very, very awesome. Plus, the Imperial race gets a bonus for unarmed combat.
Yeah, and
So basically, you take an Imperial with the lover's sign, and you're basically from. I mean, yeah, in the beginning it takes a while to whittle down a rat, but if you're doing it properly, It's not actually very hard, and basically every single enemy gives you a level up on your unarmed skill. And if you have like a mod that actually lets you level your skills forever, because if you have the normal 100 cap for your skill, then you level out around level 8 or 9 or so, which is really, really bad. But after that, it just gets so much fun because the first time like I encountered like a Dremora Lord on level 7 or like a Clanfear on level 5 or so. You can just fucking stun lock any enemy and just fucking punch them to the ground without any sort of spell, anything, and they're just fucking dead. It's just hilarious.
That's too much fun.
The lover is a pretty good birth sign. I think the lady is kind of an underrated one too, but both the lover and the lady are underrated.
The lady is extremely useful. The extra endurance and extra personality. If you're playing a merchant or a fighter, that's really useful.
Yeah. I think it was. Does the lady add like agility?
No, it doesn't.
No. Okay.
It only adds 50 points split between personality and endurance. That is a lot of stats, and that's just one birth sign.
It is.
Although we got to factor in the Morrowind leveling system too, where if you don't level specific stats the right number before you sleep to gain a level, you won't get as nice of a boost. Which, honestly, I think they could have fixed that in one particular way. That if you, depending on which stats you chose as your primaries, what if those started at +3 just by default, and then all you had to do was build up maybe 4 skills to get the +5? If those were your primaries, they should have been given a boost immediately to leveling. So even if you didn't level them too much, you still get a +3. But you level them just a little bit, and you got a +5.
I looked it up. You're right about the lady. It's personality and endurance, and boy, they nerfed that shit in Oblivion, which is really lame. It's like 10 points.
Are you surprised?
It's yeah. I mean, well, no, they messed up some of the birth signs in Oblivion. Some of them are too
Oblivion, they messed up everything. The level scaling was so stupid.
The level scaling was awful.
Yeah, it's
you and to see in the caves bandits with full Daedric armor and weapons.
Yeah, that's dumb. That breaks the economy right there.
I exploited it, dude. I got 1 million gold in Oblivion, which is actually really time consuming, and yeah. But I used feather spells, and I got super high level, and I was a mage, and I collected just all of these Daedric armors, and I think I got my merchantile up pretty high. And one of the vendors in the game, if you have the DLC to get the houses, that he has extra gold, the furniture seller, and I went to him and I boosted his total gold with the merchantile skill, and I just was selling. I think it was 4,000 or 5,000 a pop, and I got 1 million gold from just selling Daedric armor that I was just dropping everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
It's such a shame that Bethesda fallen so much in the quality of their title, because after Oblivion, at a certain point, it seemed that they were stepping in a good direction when they released the expansion Shivering Island. That was very good.
That was all right.
I like parts of it. I don't know. Some parts of it I don't like, though. They railroad you too hard in the way that they make you be kind of evil, and then at the end, they force you to become like Sheogorath or whatever, which I think is pretty dumb from a lore perspective.
Yeah, essentially forcing you into a point where you take over the position of a god.
But it's kind of interesting because it's a bit messed up, because if you consider who is Sheogorath, that is the Daedra Prince of Madness, and you can see that at the end of Shivering Isle, everyone recognizes you as Shegorat. So in the end, your character could be like, I don't know how to explain it, but becoming Shegorat is like if your character becomes Shegorat itself, like transforms or stuff like that, because in the end of the DLC, you actually kill Shegorat because Gigalag is Shegorat. Shegorat is the form that Gigalag token because the other Daedic Prince just cursed Shegorat.
I don't
they're
hate
afraid of his
Gigalag.
power.
I don't hate the stuff with Gigalag. My problem is that there's no choice in it. Like in Skyrim, they literally like show Sheogorath and they have him basically reference Oblivion in a way, and it's like it's implied that
Yeah.
that is your character from Oblivion, and I'm like, I don't like that. I
That's
kind of prefer to...
That's one of the main things that I hated about the Dragonborn DLC too.
That essentially you're forced down. That essentially you're forced down this
The
particular
work with
road.
Hermaeus Mora. Yes. And you can't tell him to fuck off and find your own way.
It means that your character doesn't have a happy ending no matter what you do, and I don't like that.
Well,
I
your
don't like
character,
that
well, your
either.
character also doesn't have any agency either. So,
Yeah.
but anyway, so actually,
One of
we
what's
can-
funny is that one of what's
Enough,
funny.
it's kind of in the spirit of the Elder Scrolls in a way.
I know.
I think with the predestined stuff, but
sort of. I mean, not counting Daggerfall, because Daggerfall wasn't really predestined. You could choose
No.
any one of six. You could choose any one of 6 endings in that game.
that was a significant event in the lore, though, with the Dragon Break and all that.
Yep,
Yeah, they did that because they couldn't decide which ending. That's why.
that was just freaking lazy.
Yeah, that's peak laziness. You know what's funny is that the game that did like how you're forced to work with a godlike entity well, The Witcher 3 Heart of Stone DLC.
Wow, yeah.
Or you're
Yes.
forced to work with Mr. Mir or God, what was his name?
Gaunter Hodim.
Yes. Gunther Del Oh, Grandma.
Gaunter Hodim.
I still have to play The Witcher 3. I have it, but I just haven't played it yet. I've tried
I've
it most of
Yeah,
it.
I mostly passed.
That-
I mostly passed on it, and like I
I
said before, the big reason why I passed on it is because I wasn't a big fan of Andrei Sapkowski's more or less plagiarism of Elric and Melniboné for
Yes,
for
Gunter
for
Odim.
Geralt.
Where you're forced to work with Gunter Odim, but you had the choice. It's basically implied that Odim is basically the devil, and you have to. And in true Polish folklore lore, you have the choice of either letting him take someone's soul or beating him at his own game of wits, which I liked.
That is pretty nice.
It's like I like that they have that option. Otherwise,
I mean,
You had-
one.
you had none of that with the Elder Scrolls. None. I know a lot of
No.
people are like, oh, but the Daedra are godlike entities. You can't beat them. It's like, okay, but why can't I not outsmart them?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, when that lore book, Azura in the Box, it implies that the Daedra are not infallible, that they can be tricked.
Yeah. It's
So
true.
why can't you do that?
I have no idea, and I guess at this point we're probably never going to know because Bethesda just makes it their point to dumb down their games more and more.
The
It's-
problem with Bethesda is that they stopped to make serious gaming after more.
Yeah.
Yeah, after
Oh, that's
more.
because when they got Pete Hines, that's when they stopped doing it.
Yeah,
And also, if you consider the Elder Scroll as a series, the lore was quite different, even in Morrowind.
Well, that's
was
because-
described
that's because they had Michael Kirkbride on staff at the time.
exactly.
Although he pulled although he pulled an equivalent of Crisis on Infinite Earths, where he changes the landscape of the world, even after the land of Cyrodiil has been described as jungle-like.
Jungle.
Yeah.
It was forced to do that because in the end, the Oblivion just sneaked this change of Cyrodiil that instead of being a jungle most, they approached the game with a more fantasy, Lord of the Ring sense
Yeah,
of term.
that's what. Here's the thing. Another thing about Bethesda.
Yeah,
And they
more Oblivion that weird, you know. Morrowind was basically their last-ditch effort, you know. Back then, Bethesda was not in a good place. They had to put all the bets on one card, and that was Morrowind, and they went all out with it. Morrowind was quite weird when it comes to fantasy. It wasn't exactly very, you know, Tolkien-esque, and it had a lot of like weird things going on.
No, it took the Dark Elf lore, like what you expect, like from Dungeons and Dragons, like how the Drow are basically like evil and sinister, and it flipped it on its head. It's basically presented like Dark Elves was more mysterious.
You know, fucking orcs. Orcs were fucking elves too. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Dark Elves were presented as more interesting, mysterious, more basically.
They took from a lot of Eastern stuff too.
With more Eastern stuff.
You know, instead of your
more
normal,
Machiavellian.
Yeah, and you instead of your normal like standard, you know, medieval European type of knight kingdom, you had basically a Roman culture, because why the fuck not? In general, it was fucking weird. The whole flora and fauna of Morrowind was incredibly weird, considering, you know, other types of games, you know, that basically copied Tolkien lore most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
When the problem is with Oblivion, they had to play it safe. So Oblivion then basically, you know, it was completely safe. There was nothing really out of the ordinary there. With Skyrim, they kind of got back to the more weirder stuff in some way. So, you know, it was still kind of standard, but, you know, they at least tried a bit more other stuff. You know, they got back to the more like Viking stuff,
more time in ruins too.
Back into the more Roman-inspired empire, and so on. Well, everything got a bit grittier, but yeah, Oblivion was incredibly generic in my opinion.
But here's the thing about Bethesda. Bethesda loves chasing trends. You see that with Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. With Oblivion, they were chasing after Lord of the Rings. And you also see that a bit of too with Skyrim as well. So, which is why in Elder Scrolls 6, prepare for so many fucking references to Game of Thrones. Because that's what's popular.
God, yeah.
And also don't be surprised if they get some of the Game of Thrones actors to voice act for their game too.
They did that for Dragon Age.
Oh jeez.
Also for The Witcher 3. But by the way, I mean, the real lore of Tess ended with Morrowind, because there was a time even Tess lore was consistent.
Yeah, there was a time. Emphasis on was.
There was a time when Dragon language was a normal learnable skill in Bethesda games, so in Elder Scrolls games. So yeah.
Let's see. Oh, hang on a second.
I had a question for you guys. What do you guys prefer, Oblivion or Skyrim? Just like in general.
I'll go ahead and toss mine out of the way. If I had to pick between the two of them, just for I hate to say this because I really don't like Skyrim, but I'll take it. I'll take it over Oblivion. I'll take it over Oblivion because it's not as generic looking. It is generic, but it's not medieval fantasy generic. It's Norse generic.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I mean, in terms of general RPG mechanics, technically Oblivion is better, but it is completely fucked over by the level scaling and the incredibly bad technical aspects of it. And Skyrim, at least to me, was at least fun to play. I never had fun with Oblivion, but with Skyrim, I could at least turn off my brain and pretend to be on some sort of Viking, whatever, and just slaughter the shit out of everyone.
I have fun with Skyrim when I have a shit ton, and lordy, do I have a lot of mods.
That sucks that you never had fun with Oblivion, because you were a big Morrowind fan, right?
Yeah, for sure. Oblivion, as I said, in terms of mechanical, it was definitely better than Skyrim, but Oblivion just felt completely boring to me. I guess if I threw a ton of proper mods, I think Valve recommended quite a lot of them, then I guess Oblivion would be playable to me. But I don't know. After loving Morrowind so much and then playing Oblivion, I don't think I can ever really get into it.
Yeah, well, that sucks. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've played a lot of RPGs for a long time, so maybe Oblivion just wasn't really. It was just a disappointment from Morrowind. I can see why.
Well, the reason why Morrowind is looked at more favorably than Oblivion at this point is Oblivion was when the company got big enough where they wanted to start expanding into the casual market, essentially bringing in more people to enjoy their games. And that's what they did with Morrowind. They simplified the systems and simplified the world that you walked into, so there wasn't much to think about. And that's what we got in turn. We got one of the weakest Elder Scrolls ever made. It looked amazing at the time, but that was all it was. It looked amazing. It was not gameplay-wise, story-wise, none of that was amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people have trouble with Oblivion. Like, even big Bethesda fans go back and they try and play Oblivion again. It's like, this is just too old. So they prefer Skyrim and they prefer Fallout.
I guess Oblivion came at a really, really bad time for games to age.
Yeah.
Morrowind was like early 2000s. You can forgive its bad graphics and bad animations. It's completely fucking bad.
Yeah, well, it was also an Xbox 360 launch window title as well. So that explains another part of it.
Morrowind was really, really, really bad. I mean, it was technically bad. It was at least it was developed for the PC first, and then only later ported to consoles. But at least its graphics are so far removed from reality that you could never try to mistake it from reality. Oblivion basically came from this short window of video games where the whole Uncanny Valley really came into effect. In the early 2000s, with I don't know, I guess starting with the late Quake 3 engine games, sort of that era, games started to get into trying this whole photorealistic games, not trying to be any cartoonish sort of stuff. Try to compare like Quake 2 to Quake 3 or Doom 3 or whatever. And the later games then really, really aged badly. With all the games like Morrowind, you can say, okay, yeah, this is old, this is shit. I can live with that. You try to even like decrease the graphical quality to remove yourself further and just treat it as a game. With Morrowind, with Oblivion, you basically have the absolute potato faces that still try to be realistic. And you have the fancy particle effects and all that shit, and the nice landscape graphics that make you think, oh yeah, this is a good looking game. And then you see a person and you see how they can't run in a diagonal line because up until this day their fucking engine can't do shit. And so you're like, oh yeah, shit, yeah, this is the early 2000s or the late noughts, and this is still crap. And for first-person shooters, basically the end of this was Crisis 1. That game really then basically marked the end of these Uncanny Valley games in a way. It started to mark the end of that. But like in this period between, 2003 to 2008, these games really, really, really aged badly, in my opinion. Before that, okay, yeah, this is crap. Yeah, I can live with that. After that, you can say, oh yeah, this is looking good. And basically, since then, technology didn't improve much thanks to consoles. You don't really get much progress. So yeah.
I think the character models aged really poorly.
Oh yeah.
Some of the environments aged poorly, but some of the environments aged okay. Like I think the game looked okay when.
Exactly. As I said, the environments look fine because you can't really fuck them up too badly. You have a decent lighting system. You have decent shadows and so on. That's fine. Throw a lot of bloom over it, and everything is cool. But yeah, it's the character models and their animations that are really, really bad, and that's where Oblivion really, really fucks up. The textures are actually fine. You can throw texture mods on and everything's fine, but the animations will never be any good. And that's why, especially the games from this era, 2003 to 2009 or so, generally age badly, while before and after are like, okay, yeah, I can live with that.
One thing so my answer on this is probably pretty obvious. I prefer Oblivion over Skyrim, but one thing that I do actually want to defend on Oblivion I'm going to be in the extreme minority on this, but I feel like I will defend this point a lot. I feel like the combat in Oblivion, even though the animations are worse and they're more floaty, I think that the combat in Oblivion is better than the combat in Skyrim. And the reason why is because you have more options with the melee as to what you can do. So you can like paralyze a guy if you level it up enough and then you get that perk. You can disarm people or you can knock them back. And I know that that's kind of like a small thing, but I think that the combat has just a little bit more depth because of that. While in Skyrim, it's typically you just two-handed sword and then you just power attack, and then that's kind of it.
Yeah, pretty much. As I said, the mechanics in Oblivion were pretty much superior. I mean, in many ways, it basically took the dice roll mechanics of Morrowind, which were, true to the original TS games, but quite annoying in a 3D environment, proper 3D environment. Took them and just made them more fitting for the 3D environment. It took away the stuff where you hit with your sword and it just goes through nothing, and made you hit every time, which is good because it feels better. And in the end, it just did work a lot better. It just felt shit. Which is why I personally prefer Skyrim because it's at least mindless fun.
Yeah, Skyrim's more modern, and it's Skyrim's more approachable, I think, and just more like I don't know, like new RPG fans can play Skyrim and have their minds blown, and old RPG fans can be like, this is dumb fun and it's fine. Oblivion is kind of broken, but not broken in a good way, like Morrowind was, where Morrowind was broken in a good way. In the way that it made it fun because you could, break things like you could get the best weapon in the game right off the bat, kind of like Baldur's Gate 2 or whatever, where you could get overpowered weapons. But
things in Morrowind, I'm currently thinking, okay, can you actually, for example, enchant? I think it's not possible, but enchant gauntlets with, for example, 45 melee, like hand-to-hand, plus 100 for 2 seconds. Because then every punch would increase your melee plus 100, making it absolutely ridiculous. Basically, that would enable you to 2, 3, 4 punch everything in the game, which would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Enchanting was really, really broken in Oblivion.
Gauntlets don't count as weapons, so you can't actually enchant them as an on strike, on target, or on self kind of thing. So I don't think that's actually working.
The downside to Oblivion being broken with some of the stuff is the level scaling with specifically the damage sponges. That was the problem. But I mean, the level scaling, like, it's bad, but at the same time, it is really satisfying when you beat the level scaling and you outsmart it. At least for me it was, where like you do the perfect enchantments, you get the perfect weapon, and you just kind of play the game efficiently, where you kind of like you max out your character properly and you beat the scaling.
So
Like,
you
that's
deep and just level all your skills, and then you just watch all your enemies crumble before you until you finally go to sleep, have 50 level ups.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't play it in the way that I avoid leveling up. I don't do that. I just, like, I use, like, enchantments and stuff, and I use that to max out, strength, or maybe not max out strength, but give boosts to strength and things like that. Or I get certain weapons that are higher level, like, if you do one quest, this is totally an exploit, and it's a broken thing, but you can get this ebony sword, with this one quest in Portal, and I think the sword will like level with you throughout the whole game. And another thing that you could do is you could get the Knights of the Nine Armor, which is super OP. But the thing with that is that you have to play a good guy, because if you do evil things with the armor, then the armor will not work. So
yeah, I think what you mentioned was a sword. That's a lot of quest-related items. Like fix yourself to the level that you're currently at when you do the quest. So, for example, I think you mean maybe the Umbra sword. No, not the Umbra sword, but another sword. Basically, when you do the quest early on, it's like worse or whatever. There are quite a few somewhat broken things that you can exploit. But yeah, at least in Oblivion, you can do some more stuff with enchantments, while in Skyrim, basically enchantment and alchemy is completely broken.
yeah,
I mean,
I think
it's not as fun as it was in Morrowind, where you can basically completely cheese your way through the game with stacking effects in alchemy and enchantments. Basically, you make a few potions, basically completely bootstrap your intelligence, therefore increasing your alchemy skill, using the alchemy skill to increase your whatever other skill, enchantment skill or whatever, and make completely overpowered items.
Yeah, it was
like Dagger in like two levels or so. It's hilarious.
Yeah, one thing, like, I mean, they're both kind of broken games, but they're broken in different ways. Like Morrowind, you could use the levitate thing to like really cheese the game with that. In Oblivion, you don't have levitate, but you can totally break the acrobatics skill to a point that it's like hilarious. And you can do that with magic as well. You can like boost your acrobatics with magic, which I really like. So I don't know. Oblivion still had a lot of customization, which I really liked. It's just that you have this weird broken level scaling that you have to, find a way to kind of break or get around it. I mean, I don't know though. Like if you play the game efficiently, like if you, I don't know what this term means, but min max, is that what it is? Where you're like, I don't know, where you're like maxing things out, like you're maxing out your stats or whatever, and you.
Sort of. Min-maxing is actually finding a way to game the system so that certain stats are ignored in favor of other ones that you level up to the max. What you're talking about what you're talking about with enchanting and acrobatic exploits, that's metagaming.
Okay, that's metagaming. Yeah. So There is actual min-maxing in it too, though, but it is different though, and the level scaling exists to kind of counter that. I think one thing that you can do though that's really fun, at least for me, is when I'm playing like a heavy melee character and I really have to rely on poisons, like uh, in Skyrim and even in Morrowind, I didn't really use poisons that much. In Oblivion, I needed to rely on them, and because the level scaling made the game a little bit harder and made the enemies like more spongy, I relied on the potion or the poisons a lot. So I really had to kind of go into that and either buy poisons or make them myself. I preferred to make them, and I like doing that. I like playing kind of a ranger character in Oblivion where I, do archery and blade, but I also do like alchemy stuff where I'm like collecting herbs and like making super strong poisons and just nuking people with like a standing power attack, which is fun. And I've done that. Like I've had points in Oblivion, even with the level scaling, where I do surpass the level scaling through the tools that they give me through the metagaming, where I will like, I'll go into like an Oblivion gate, and I remember this happened last time I played. I got my ass handed to me by the Spider Daedra women, and then I left, and then I leveled up I think one time, and I prepared. I brought the right enchantments, I brought the right weapons, and I brought poisons, and I nuked the spider in like 3 shots, and that's like super satisfying to me. So Oblivion still captures that in a way to me.
Yeah, in a lot of ways it really does that. What I really liked about Morrowind is, for example, what you said about the acrobatics. Morrowind allows you to do that in 3 different ways. It allows you to levitate in various strengths, and a lot of really ways.
Well-traveled stance.
Acrobatics, and it allows you to actually specifically fortify jump, which is an entirely different spell than acrobatics. And depending on what you do, you really need to have a certain other potion with you or a spell, slow fall, because otherwise you will die when you hit the ground, which is also kind of fun.
Well, also if your acrobatics skill isn't the same when you hit the ground after a huge jump, then yeah, it'll kill you anyway.
Yeah, which is fun because after starting a new character in Morrowind, you will basically, if you follow the normal road, you will immediately get the scroll of Icarian flight, or like 5 of them. And a non-experienced character will, just try to take them, use them, jump, and die. Because,
well, that's what they're there for.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, if you're later, skilled in the use of snowfall potions or whatever, then you can properly use them. But you get them, you get a fancy rope and everything, you try them, and the game basically trolls you with this shit, which is hilarious.
They need to copy their gameplay systems more off of Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder rather than whatever that. Like I really would like a Vancian magic system in like fucking Oblivion or something.
Yeah. One thing with the level scaling that I do recommend, like at a certain point in the level scaling, though, it does benefit. Like at a certain point, you just have to stop leveling. Otherwise, the enemies are going to get so overly healthed up, especially the goblins and the ogres, that you're just going to have to like stop leveling.
I thought you stopped
like
fighting.
I'd say at around level 25 to 30, that's when you're like, you're good.
I
You don't need to level anymore.
thought they disappeared though from like the level list once you reach a certain level and you're like fighting a bunch of shit like fucking astronauts everywhere.
No, the goblins will get super OP. You fight these like war chief goblins in the sewers, and they're absolute hell to a point where like it's actually not fun at a certain point where it's better to just turn down the difficulty or just nuke them with spells. But that gets really bad if you get to level 40 or something like that. Then it's just undoable.
In fact, I heard some people talking about that when they look back at Oblivion. It's as if Bethesda put that level scaler in there because they didn't want to bother balancing the game. They wanted you to do it.
Yeah, it's kind of a lazy design decision on their part.
Yeah, it's only after like level 30 something that, for example, Daedric weapons actually spawn, because they didn't want to, put any effort into designing the game and to, putting the weapons in places where you can't reach before. And so after level 30 something, people with Daedric weapons actually spawn, and yeah, that's just how it works.
That's dumb too. It also breaks the economy of the fucking game.
Yeah, well, it's part of the reason why I really liked Daggerfall, because the game seems to be where Bethesda hit its peak. Morrowind was a regression in terms of scope. Oblivion was a regression in terms of game design and system design, and Skyrim seemed to be recovering a little bit, but it's still a regression in systems.
I personally think that Morrowind. Let me put it this way: I think Daggerfall was too far beyond its time. It was completely hindered by its technical limitations.
I would second that.
I think Morrowind, it did some simplifications on Daggerfall's mechanics. It absolutely shrank down its game world, and but all of this was because of actually acknowledging the technical limitations. I would love a game of the scope of Daggerfall these days, but Daggerfall itself, let's put it this way, it is a glorified dungeon crawler because all of its quests are dungeon crawls, and the quests are just not very good. I mean, the story told is fun, but the actual gameplay is shit. Let's face it.
Oh, the gameplay is great. I'll disagree with you there. I honestly really like the gameplay of Daggerfall a lot more than the games that came after.
Yeah, but the variation between the different quests for the most part is just not very good, because all of it are just, well, it's just dungeon crawls, which is fun.
Yep, that sums it up. I mean, yeah, Daggerfall is like, I played Daggerfall, like I played it for like 20 to 30 hours. I enjoyed it, but the game wasn't really, I mean, it had a story, but the story wasn't, I don't know, that game was too ambitious. I feel like the story, they kind of messed up with parts of that, with the quests and the story. Like, the fun of that game was crawling through dungeons.
The game is the game is, it would have been a masterpiece if it would have been developed like 10 years later. But at the time, all they could do was a dungeon crawler with a fancy story. I'm sorry. The mechanics were absolutely great, but
back then that might have been the case. But if you guys have been keeping up with the Daggerfall Unity project like I have, it's opening the door for user-made mods, and there's actually already an archaeologist guild, which is a neat idea. So there is room for the community to add more to it with this new interpretation.
We're not talking about mods fixing the game. I mean, we're not extending this courtesy to Bethesda.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not. Well, here's the thing. I'm only talking about it in terms of expanding the currently existing content. When it comes to fixing bugs, yeah, that's where Bethesda really drops the ball. But
no matter how much you fix Daggerfall, the lore is not as rich as it is in Morrowind.
Yeah, true. But for what it is at its base, I'll take it over Oblivion and Skyrim.
I mean, Daggerfall is also generic fantasy too.
Yeah, I know. Generic fantasy it may be, but I really liked the systems that were in place and the way the dungeons were randomly designed.
Also, Daggerfall really also tried, with its limited technical abilities. It also did have some more varied environments, and I mean, its scope was, completely beyond anything, even today, if you really think about it.
Well, that we can chalk up to Julian LeFay and the guys who actually designed the game back then. You guys really should check out the video that Indigo Gaming, the interview that he had with him.
I watched that. Yeah, it was good.
He's a great guy. I'm amazed he was able to put together something like that in the time span that he had to design that game, as well as the guys working under him. But
I wish he got credited more.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
But anyway, hang on. Since we've been going off on a tangent for a while, let's refocus to 76 and at least get that out of the way.
I just wanted to say one thing really quick about Daggerfall. I said it was generic fantasy. I actually don't have a problem with it being generic fantasy. Like I said, I like Oblivion a lot. I kind of like generic fantasy, to be honest. So that's not a problem that I have with Daggerfall. I guess it was just a thing that I wanted to mention.
Yeah, so comparing it to Morrowind, which I guess to many really defines the Elder Scrolls for many, at least for me. To me, the Elder Scrolls is like Tolkien, but a bit weird because of basically Morrowind. To me, Daggerfall was okay. Yeah, it's technical limitations, but shit is weird. And on the other hand, Oblivion, it's generic because it's lazy, and
definitely was chasing trends for sure. And
if we're gonna go down that road, we're gonna have fun with what's coming up next.
Yeah, perfect segue.
Yeah, so it's taken us a while to get here, but let's talk about the big elephant in the room: the Fallout 76 beta.
Garbage.
Okay, so to start off,
I don't know how much there is to talk. I mean, there's stuff to talk about, I guess, in the way that there's like events or little things that we can talk about. But it's like it's going to be kind of beating a dead horse because there's not even a story in the game.
Yeah, so, you'll probably have to convince one of the guys on the server of that, because when I pointed out that the initial story that I found from the holotapes. Yeah, there's a massive thread for Fallout 76 on the anime forums, but the story that I found, the very first holotape, suggests that your goal is to shut down all 3 of the missile silos in the Appalachia area. But one of the guys who is playing the beta on PC, Zergenfester, I think is his name, he was taking it like, well, that's not the whole story. It's actually you are going to be using these nukes to take out the Scorch Beasts and all the other things that are causing problems around the Appalachia area, destroy their nests and things like that. And the first thing I was thinking was, well, hang on a second. ICBMs aren't bunker busters. If you're talking about a nest, like a building or something, sure, it'll level that thing to the ground, but an ICBM is not as powerful of an explosive as other types of bombs you can drop from, say, a plane, and it's meant to give off radiation and heat. So it'll vaporize anything in the area, but it doesn't have as much destructive power as, say, a bunker buster or another type of bomb. So I can see where they're coming from if Bethesda's making that thing, but given how often that Todd and the others were talking about how much fun it's going to be to launch these things into the world and screw with the ecosystem and create high-level areas for people to go hunt and loot. It's like the one of two things is going on here. Either one, the writing staff has a better understanding, but they're getting shouted down by the people who are the faces of the company. Or this is actually what they're thinking of doing. They're trying to make the nukes fun and just disguising it with misdirecting plots and holotapes. I don't know which one it is, to be honest, because I'm only 2 story missions in so far.
Because I don't think honestly, the modern Bethesda has a competent team of writers. Not even a chance.
Yeah, I don't think this is definitely going to be one of those, like, how did John Carmack put it back in the day? He said something to the effect of story in a game is like story in a porn movie. That's what it feels like in this game, because what's the first thing that we heard of when we heard about 76? We heard about how much fun it was going to be for the nukes to be launched. And
that's about it.
I mean, yeah, it's marketing speak, but at the same time, I mean, that sets the mindset of people who are coming into this game. It's like, oh, the nukes are the end game, so that's what we can use to make high-level raid areas. It sounds like fun. But
I don't think they really have a goal.
Well, here's the thing. If the story writers actually are trying to go for something that respects the themes of Fallout, one of which is the nuclear bombs destroyed civilization, and you using them in this game is just going to make it a cyclical cycle, where it doesn't matter what you do, eventually humanity is just going to destroy itself. If that's what they're doing, then they're portraying the story in the wrong way. They need to focus on what those nukes potentially can do, not how much quote-unquote help they could be.
No, I think they are experimenting with the concept of making a sort of online survival game based on Fallout, and they did something for people that were going to play a survival game but didn't want to have the toxicity with other survival quote-unquote games like Rust and stuff like that. So they are attempting to, in my theory, to find a manner to compromise between PvPers and people that play PvE, not getting a result.
There's a very easy way to do that. And I still remember this from World of Warcraft back in the day when I was on there, is they have specific servers, and in this case they can set instance worlds aside for PvE, PvP, and things like that. So why are they forcing everybody into this half-baked PvP structure when a lot of these players are going to be PvE?
I have no idea.
Just make some instance worlds and put the people who want PvP in there. If there's not a whole lot of them, the servers will reflect that.
Or they could just allow people to host their own server.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people have been saying that there's going to be that they're going to have custom servers. I don't believe it, quite honestly. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think what they're going to do is they're going to set up instance worlds that are persistent. And those will be the ones that you can apply quote-unquote mods to. It can't be a full server setup, because if you had access to the server system, if someone was unscrupulous enough, they could get inside that server system, potentially crash it or steal people's information. So there's no way they can give the community total server control unless they have a way to monitor that use, so that no mods can be placed on there that steal data, etc., etc.
Mods.
Well, here's the thing. The mods thing, here's what I think is also going to happen. This game on PC, it has to be run through the Bethesda.net launcher, and that also handles their Creation Club mods. So that says to me that the only thing they're going to allow is Creation Club mods, stuff that's been picked by hand to actually be placed into the game as mods, not the kind of stuff that everybody comes up with on a whim.
Exactly. I think it will really focus on this aspect on paid mods and Creation Club content. And this is why this game is not going anywhere, because the true modders in Fallout games or even in test games are the ones that they like to shape and change the game so much to be barely recognizable. And you can't do that with Creation Club mods, because Creation Club's mods are reskin, little object, stuff like that.
Yeah, Creation Club mods really don't change a whole lot. All you're talking about there is stuff like skins and new weapons, things like that. It's all really easy stuff that even a first-time modder could potentially program in, but it's nothing so drastic that when you put it in there, it's a risk to the instance world or the server system. whatever that may be.
Yeah,
usually the first big mod for a Bethesda game will be like fixed mod that fixes all the issues with the game. Because, well, let's face it, Bethesda doesn't release really good games on release, and
Yeah.
they don't really fix their games.
Well, that's
They
the most
rely-
embarrassing thing about the beta right now is that this game, as it stands right now, is no different than any previous Bethesda game has been for the last 10 years on release. It's full.
I thought the most embarrassing thing for them was them basically telling the gamers who got the beta that they're going to be unpaid bug testers.
Yeah, that memo that came out about a week ago, essentially it just reaffirmed what I thought the beta was. It was essentially like people who pre-ordered the game to get in early. They're essentially Bethesda's unofficial bug testers. They literally paid for the privilege of being a bug tester in exchange for getting early access to the game. But
That's so cheap and pathetic.
Well, here's the thing. I don't mind saying that I pre-ordered this game because I only put $5 on it just to get the code, and I've already canceled my pre-order and put it towards Hitman 2. So by the end of next week, I'll be playing that instead of paying attention to 76. So for the meantime, I got to get as much information as I possibly can. But the game itself, as far as the condition of the game goes, the way it released on beta, that is the actual game release. All they did is they're just disguising it as a beta. And so they can release it a little bit later and say, hey, we fixed some things that were wrong. It's like, yeah? Well, what about the core engine problems, like stare at the ground for long enough, all of a sudden you're running faster because your frame rate's higher? Like, well, this stuff is built into the code of the engine. That cannot be fixed at this point. So I don't get it. It's like Bethesda released probably one of the most embarrassing betas that I've seen in a long time, because they'll take the servers on and off instead of leaving them up all day, every day to see what the initial number of players at certain hours of the day are. Like a 24-hour stress test would be the best idea for them, because it shows them when their highest period of stress is and they can prepare for that. And yet my first time in, I played for, an hour and a half, jumped out, tried to log back in, it booted me 7 times. And I couldn't get back in. So if it was doing that to me my first time, I wonder what's going to happen when millions of people are playing on the servers.
It's going to be such a train wreck.
Yeah. I think with the whole nuke mechanics, it's going to be a complete train wreck when it's actually released. I think what they should have done was something like, anyone remember the RTS game Rise of Nations?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, they had a mechanic when you threw too many nukes in one game, then the game would basically end, because basically every nuke you fired would rise the global doomsday clock counter.
Yeah, when it gets too high, the game essentially ends.
Exactly, and Bethesda should have done that maybe with that, But I don't see that that is going to happen. They will just create, the area from Fallout 4. I don't remember the name. The radiation thingy.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a complete train wreck.
Well, the nukes. I'll take some solace in the idea that it's kind of an in-game thing. But for a player that spawns into a game with players that are higher level than them, for example, if they're getting ready to launch a nuke and they're in the area, then they're going to be the ones probably dealing with those higher level enemies when they're at a lower level. So the nuke idea, honestly, it just sounds like they put it in there because rules are cool. And this being an online game, there's an infinite number of those suckers that can be launched. And some of the early reports that I've seen is people are discovering nuke keys within the first 6 levels, sometimes within the first 3.
It's going to be hilarious, I think. I mean,
well, the thing to keep in mind about this, aside from the beta status, is what even Bethesda themselves admitted in the memo is that they don't know what kind of game this is, or even how they're gonna. Or
wow.
they didn't know what kind of game this was, or even how they were going to design it. And you can see that in the way the game functions, because they took out, they stripped the story down to its most basic elements, took out every NPC that you could possibly interact with who is a human or a living being, essentially dumbed it down to it's nothing but a Rust clone. And then now what we've got,
Battle Royale Fortnite PvP.
Yeah, sort of. Well, I wouldn't even call it like Fortnite or PUBG like, because at least with PUBG, PvP is normal. You can't stay in one part of the map for too long if it's being destroyed. Whereas in Appalachia, you can go pretty much anywhere you like, and unless there's really high-level enemies in the area, you're going to be fine.
Oh, they're not going to have high-level enemies. They're going to have to probably scale with the player, because one of the things that I constantly see that Bethesda fanboys bitch about is how when you start the game, you can't go north of Good Springs because of the death clause in Cazador. They're like, that's not fair. That's too hard. They should not have done that, even though Trudy and Sunny Smiles tell you not to go up there because it's dangerous.
Yep, they quite literally tell you not to go north out of Good Springs, and there's actually warning signs on the roads and even in the hills that'll tell you don't cross here, it's dangerous. And yet people still do it. And they don't expect the Cazadors or bandits on the other side.
Oh my, the Cazadors. They were terrible.
Why is the game not more like Fallout 3 in that the death claws are easy to kill with the fucking dart gun and a combat shotgun?
No, I think the milestone was touched in the Fallout 4, where you obtain your first...
Oh yeah, why is it not like Fallout 4 where you get the first set of power hour?
Exactly.
It's like, don't Bethesda fanboys care about love? No, scratch it. They don't care about anything. All the be really badass, shooting around.
Come on.
Shooting around, listening to 50s music, and blasting off nukes. That's all they want to do.
I don't think Fallout 76 will be a great hit. I mean, as an RPG, suck. As a multiplayer game, suck. I mean, modding will suck too. So I don't see potential in this title. I don't see really.
Well, here's the flip side. When it comes to Fallout 76, let's look at it this way. It's a game that's going to have to stand on its own merits. That's the only way that it can survive. If this game is not able to retain players within the first 6 months, which is how long it's going to take, I imagine, for the first wave of new content to come out, if it can't retain players for that long, it's doomed.
Free to play.
Yeah, it's going to have to go either free to play, or they're going to have to open up the microtransactions to more tangible things, which is what I was nervous about in the thread that I started over on the forums. Is I think what they're going to do is they're going to add like packs of stim packs or Radaway, little health boosting items that you can use. Even like from freemium games, you'll get stuff like more tries, more crystals. They can easily turn the atoms around and use them for, okay, it's like here's a 10-pack of stim packs, here's a 5-pack of Radaway, or possibly even worse, here are some perk cards that you can open for your character.
I definitely think it's going to go the freemium route within a year. I mean, I really don't see them, fixing their own shit.
No, I don't either.
And they will go one, the freemium route for the official service, and I guess they will allow private service with private, proper, normal, non-creation club mods.
Well, if the game does end up going the route of, like, say Elder Scrolls Online, which you still have to pay to purchase, and you still have to pay for the expansions afterwards, but you don't have to pay a monthly fee to get in. That's probably how this game is going to go.
That's how it is right now, isn't it?
And here's another thing. Let me go ahead and recite for you guys the stuff that I encountered for my first hour. So when you start, you get the trailer that's already been released on the Bethesda YouTube channel, the introduction, so you've seen nothing new there. And then you wake up in you essentially wake up in a showcase vault. There's really nothing to interact with in here, aside from like a handful of things, until you actually get your hands on the Pit-Boy. Then the door opens, and you're not guided directly out, but you're pointed the way out. So on the way out, you're picking up the stuff you use, like the stim packs and water, the perk cards, the camp tool, and then you're bumped to level 2, and that's when you're asked to open up the perk cards and pick one that you want to apply to your character. And each card that you pick from the initial pack, if it's a strength card or an endurance card, that stat goes up by 1. And that means you can apply more cards or stronger ones to that particular special stat. But at the beginning, you have 1 stat point for every special. So each one can take 1 card initially. The first one that you apply a point to, it can take 2. So you can fill up your whole slot initially, which I didn't do. I just picked the first one and left the others alone. But that's a spot where I think Bethesda could easily monetize players, is selling perk card packs, like say for 500 atoms or maybe $2. That would catch on fast. Then you get outside, and the first enemies you encounter are spider drones, little Chinese spider drones. And you've got your 2 options initially, the machete and a pipe pistol. Now, initially, when I was shooting at these things, it was like a half-second delay from when I pulled the trigger to when the shot actually registered. So it wasn't too drastically bad, but it was noticeable enough that if you were playing in a frantic situation and seconds counted, you were kind of screwed.
I also love this, what someone left on your forum, that some of the first things that people did when they exited the vault was their first instinct was to sprint up to the person next to them and punch them in the face repeatedly.
Yep. That's what happens when you make a game always online like this, and when you have PvP players mixed up with PvE players, is both sides are going to get annoyed.
Oh yeah, and I just, with a game like Neverwinter, the Neverwinter MMO, they have areas where there is PvP and areas where there's no PvP. Why the hell Bethesda didn't do that? I have no idea.
I still think it'd be a better idea just to have dedicated servers that allow PvP and some that don't.
Exactly.
At least do that. I mean, if you're forcing PvP players to play with PvE players, you're just going to annoy people. And what's more, the gameplay itself, the gameplay loop, this also depends on how entertaining it is for a certain player, because, like I said on the forum thread that I made on the second time I went in, I played for 3 hours, and by the time I got to that 3rd hour mark, I was struggling to keep my head up, like I was getting ready to fall asleep because I was so friggin' bored. And I don't even know, and actually it may not even be because I was bored, it was because I was doing the same stuff with pretty much no challenge. And if a game's not challenging, it usually causes me to yawn and get sleepy. So if the game can't keep my attention for 3 hours like that, like Fallout 3 did, or Fallout 4 did, then that's a bad sign right there. Let's see, what else was there? I really can't think of much else to mention about this, I guess, aside from the I guess aside from the interaction wheel, which is really embarrassing, because all you're doing with it is just throwing up like little Fortnite gestures for each one of those things that you pick.
Oh my god.
That's all it is. There is no text chat, not as far as I'm aware. There is voice chat, I think.
Meh.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's essentially Fallout 76 is Fallout 4, just with less effort put into it. It's like the absolute bare minimum was pulled out of the engine and slapped into this game. And they're expecting people to make their own entertainment about this, to enjoy what little story there is, to listen to these audio logs that go on for 3, 4, 6 minutes at a time. It's like, it's no wonder they're putting this thing out on a beta, and why they're not putting it out on Steam. Because if people don't like this, then if they bought it on PC, they have no choice but to keep it. If they buy it on a console, at least they can trade it in somewhere, get some credit for it. But the PC players are going to be screwed. Then you factor in all the bugs they have, like the Todd rays, the little god rays that show up floating over the ground like there's nothing in the distance to line them up with.
Lord.
Like things that are floating in midair. I swear I saw a player who had I swear I saw a player in one video who had dropped who had killed a super mutant, I think it was. As soon as the mutant hit the ground, he went sliding around like Curly on a slippery floor. He just wouldn't stop floating all over the place. And even some of the initial bug reports were with items that you picked up, it would still leave the shadow in the spot where it used to have been, and it wouldn't go away.
I think at this point, I don't know if it will really release, because from the sound of it, it seems like the engine is not boiled for multiplayer in mind, and Bethesda
Yeah.
is unable to
That's what I'm
put
curious about is
multiplayer out of it.
That's what I'm curious about is when I actually fire up this client, I'm left wondering how much of this is actually my Xbox One processing things and how much of it is the server processing things, because at times when I'm at the ground level and I'm looking at textures, they'll actually load in like 2 or 3 seconds later. Like the textures are streaming in from the server that I'm currently connected to. And that leaves me wondering, like, okay, if the skeleton of the game is on my Xbox One and the rest of it is being streamed through my internet connection, then I guess it's no wonder why things are the way they are. It's because the engine has to be kept to its bare minimum, and the internet streaming is more or less its life support.
More than a beta sounds like an alpha to me. A pre-alpha.
Well, this isn't pre-alpha, I can tell you that. This is definitely a beta state. But this is the exact same state that a lot of Bethesda games have released in. So, the Skyrim release like this, Fallout 4 release like this, and now 76 is releasing like this just as a beta for the first few weeks. So they can disguise it like, oh, okay, this is just a beta period, expect problems. The problem is...
The difference is Fallout 4 and the other game they released, they had a competent group of modders releasing patch to fix the game.
Yeah,
in this case, you won't.
With this one, they can't. They have to find all these issues themselves. So if they're not willing to keep bug fixing this thing and pay the people who are fixing this game the job to do so, then this game is going to continue to be used as a joke for probably a year down the line, if not more. But it'll likely open people's eyes to think, hey, why are we paying Bethesda for a game like this when they can't even fix issues like this that everybody can see?
Because Bethesda doesn't care.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. At least with this one, they're in a position where they have to care. If they really decide just to just to half-ass the whole thing. The only thing I'm worried about is, actually, this is something I mentioned earlier, is they're in a very strange position where even though they are clearly screwing up and making terrible games that need a lot more work than just they're capable of doing, like this, some of this seriously needs to be farmed out to another studio to fix and then given back to them as a finished product, like contracted out. But they just refuse to do it. And at some point, you have to wonder, why are people still giving them money? And I think I know why. It's because over the years, because of the games they release, they've built an expectation in people's heads that, oh, the games are going to be buggy. So there's very few people who will question them when the games release in that fashion. Then you factor in some of the, quote, social goodwill that they have when it comes to supporting mods and modders who actually they only support them on the surface. They'll just take their ideas and use them for their own later. You factor that in, the quote-unquote social goodwill, and the outward presence that they have with Todd Howard and Pete Hines, and they're in a unique position where they can release games that people are more than willing to fix for them on their time and dime, and they rake in the profit not only from word of mouth, but also from people who are fixing their games and spreading word like, hey, this...
Funny enough,
Where did that come from? Yeah,
Sorry, I
so
was
no problem.
watching something.
Okay.
Funny enough, this time they can't actually rely on their audience to fix their games, can they? Because this time they can't have completely fully open, free modding experience. So I think this time they really just have to rely on their audience, you know, just to say, oh yeah, it's Bethesda, we love all of what they do.
Yeah.
I think after like Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, you know, people were always saying, oh, they're fucking great. But I think this is finally the game where people say, okay, yeah, this is actually kind of shit.
Well, yeah, I honestly, I think they've set not only a bad precedent for themselves, but for the industry as a whole, because of the many releases they've had over the years that have been buggy on release, despite the fact they've been using the same engine and variants of it for like a decade and a half, that leaves a bad expectation with other companies that they can release games that are that badly broken and they won't get that bad of blowback because, hey, Bethesda's doing it. Like, we can do the same things, although Ubisoft learned the hard way with Assassin's Creed Unity that that's not always the case. Because that thing was a friggin' mess on release, if you guys remember how badly that came across.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah.
Bethesda has experience with that, you know, since for over like 25 years they have not released a game that was not complete shit on release. And so people are like, oh, no.
Yeah, they've essentially accepted it at this point, and that's not a good mindset for consumers to be in. It's like, if you're accepting games like that, and you're also accepting the fact that modders on their own time and dime are fixing these things, and
exactly,
and they don't get a cut of the profit. It's all Bethesda. The more people fix their games, the more people get drawn in because they know the game's fixed. So Bethesda makes all the money, and all they have to do is create a game that's just broken enough that people want to fix it and will try to fix it. And once they do fix it, word gets around, and eventually more people will join in, and more sales will be made. It's
exactly.
just,
you know, the problem there is that, you know, with Daggerfall released like shit, and you know, it's still known as Daggerfall. Rightfully so. Rings was released like shit, and well, they did their expansions to it, and it worked okay-ish, but you know, it's not exactly known as the greatest bug-free game of all time. Oblivion then started to really benefit from the whole budding internet scene and people modding their game and, you know, fixing their shit for free. And same with Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Skyrim. You know, that's when their reputation of the community will fix it came from. And I think the problem is that Bethesda don't actually realize that their community fixed their games, and that without it, the games would actually not last very long. Or at least I kind of feel that, because with Fallout 76, I think it feels like they think they believe that they actually release good games. That they actually, go and release Fallout 76, and that they think, oh yeah, we're actually good at this. And then they realize, oh yeah, like after half a year, oh shit, our complete customer base is gone, because, well, nobody is actually fixing their games, because we're not doing it, because we can't. And they're completely fucking gone. I mean,
here's the other thing. The idea that people have it in their heads that Bethesda games are going to get fixed by people in the community who don't get paid for their work, that's probably one of the most dangerous precedents to be set within the gaming industry, period. Because that encourages game developers to release games that are unfinished, because eventually somebody is going to jump in there and make a fix for it if they have the right tools to do it. Bethesda is dependent on that. I'm dead certain that they're dependent on it, because they know they can't fix some of these things, or they don't want to, so they'll just sit back and let the community do it for them.
They're even more dependent on it now, because now modding is on consoles too. So I mean, before like on consoles they had to piece console players, I guess, because they couldn't mod. So
and also console players are the market they have now, instead of PC players. And PC players have a wider range of hardware that has to be accounted for, like say with drivers and setups and things like that. There's also how much CPU they've got, how much RAM they've got, what their frame rate is. And I imagine that's a big problem with the creation engine, is because of the two bugs they have, where if you uncap the frame rate and your frame rate goes over 60 in the lockpicking minigame, because there's so little to process, the frame rate will be sometimes in the hundreds or thousands, and it goes at lightning speed. And then you get the issue we're finding in 76, where if you stare at the ground long enough and the game doesn't have to stream in that many textures, you run faster than anybody else, because the game's not because the Xbox One, I assume, isn't streaming in as many textures, so it starts running faster. And with PC players, if they've got an uncapped frame rate like past 60, it's probably even more so. They'll probably end up running like the Flash across the whole area, because they don't have to stream anything. Those are really, really, really noticeable bugs that Bethesda really can't remove, because it's part of the core engine game design. And to remove it will require taking the game off the market for however long it takes for them to fix it, and then getting people who bought the game a replacement copy. I imagine they probably don't want to do that, even though it probably would be less expensive just to design a different engine that has these bugs fixed.
Yeah, but think about it. Replacement copy. I mean, if the launcher already, is known to completely delete your game and make you download 50 gigabytes of game again.
Oh, geez, that one. I am so thankful. I'm so thankful I wasn't on PC.
Getting them a replacement game. Come on.
Oh, I am so thankful I am not on PC because of that bug. That was embarrassing. Where you download like 50 gigabytes. And then you start the client up, and it's like, nope, data deleted. You got to download it again. Although Xbox One players were kind of in a similar spot, because I downloaded like 56 gigabytes worth of stuff. I just set my controller aside and let the system do its thing for like 4 hours, and then after the first time in the beta, the next day I had to download a 40 gigabyte patch. So it's like, why? Just have me download the client again. And it was just one thing after another. With Kingdom Come Deliverance, I can kind of understand why it's 15 gigabytes per patch, because they really do update a lot when it comes to Kingdom Come Deliverance, and that game needs it. But with 76, if you're downloading in excess of 25 gigabytes for a patch, then just have people download the whole client again.
Fallout 4 pisses off people that even like the game, because, or it pisses people off even that like the game just because of the patching that they've been doing and the bad mod support with the creation.
Yeah, the well, the Creation Club is a joke otherwise, but also the modding scene, I imagine that's not doing so well.
Meh, I mean, for modding Fallout 4 and Skyrim doesn't mod. I mean, there was one called Frostfall that were like adding temperature, covering, and stuff like that. It was turning the game to survive.
Well, that's actually not that difficult, because something like that, you can vary it. All you have to do with that is you just have to add a little bit of code into certain items, and essentially it's a background tabulation of numbers. That's really all it is. So if there's other parts of it that I can't see, I can't judge on it just on that alone, but looking at Rockstar and how they did it with cold weather and warm weather clothing, it really is very little more than a switch and an addition or subtraction of numbers. So if you're wearing the right clothes, then you won't get too cold when exploring the north. But if you're wearing stuff that's too hot when you're going into the south, and I imagine there's a dividing line in the map or with certain weather conditions that will check and see whether you're wearing a certain type of clothing and then affect your stats as a result of it. It's just basic. It's just basic code. It's not really something that complex.
The Fallout 4 as modding had like sim settlement that changed completely the settlement system of Fallout 4 to work like a bit SimCity. I mean, you were placing like stands that with the time they will upgrade, assigning people to them. The idea was a pretty winning one. I mean, but again, Fallout 4 modding were mostly new guns, retexture, nothing so impressive like the games on the past.
Yeah, when it comes to impressive modding, there's a couple of examples that I always go to, and both of them are from the Doom engine. One of which is Brutal Doom. If you guys have been watching that one for any length of time, the amount of work that Sergeant Mark has put into this to make each enemy fall apart when you shoot off specific limbs or use certain weapons, all new sprites that he's worked on over the years. This guy, just by himself, has made a mod like Brutal Doom, and it's friggin' awesome. It completely rewrites the Doom experience from the ground up. And one of the other ones that I found currently is an Overhaul mod, where you play as a Hell Baron instead of the Doom Marine. So you start off just with your claws, but the weapons that you get later, it's just fun to jump high and smash the ground, splatter enemies to bits. And these are both Overhaul mods for an engine that's over 20 years old, and it still tackles this stuff with barely any problems. Quite impressive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I did try Brutal Doom by myself. It was really fun.
If you like Brutal Doom, I'd recommend Project Brutality if you're getting tired of it, or at least tired of Brutal Doom, because the guy behind Project Brutality, Painkiller, he adds quite a few more weapons and really adds on to the Brutal Doom experience. So try that one if you're getting bored of Brutal Doom.
There is also a world game made with Doom Engine that it was voted with the most offensive game ever created, and it was made by an
That's
Italian
Grezzo. That's
too.
Grezzo 2. That was an Italian-made mod.
Yeah, yeah,
I've actually played that. It was actually a lot more fun than you think.
yeah. It is. I mean, if you are Italian, even more because that game is filled with all reference to the Italian media trash culture.
Yeah, it doesn't have very nice things to say about the Pope either. Not that
Yeah.
I myself would have very nice things to say about the Pope either, but that's for another time.
Is a parody game, no more no less. Is a trashy parody game with really offensive content that I'm too.
It's like the Doom
Uh,
version of Postal. That's what it is.
Yeah,
And speaking of Postal, if you guys have never played Postal 2 before, I still highly
I
recommend it
did.
to this day.
What you seen this petition?
Say it again.
Oh, there's like a bunch of videos people are posting of them like finding creative ways to kill the feminists in Red Dead Redemption 2. One has them feeding the feminist to an alligator. Other
That's crazy.
Oh god. And everyone's like, I wonder how long it took Kotaku make an article about this.
And now
Honestly-
you will have feminists yelling, "This game is so sexist! Oh my god!"
Those people are idiot. Those people are idiots. But the
I think
problem,
Red Dead Redemption 2 is their most progressive game that they've made. So
it's
I
possible.
don't really get if they complain about that because like you work with like the people of your gang, it's all like women and like black people and Native American people and stuff like that.
And
Mexicans as
the
well.
misfits of society.
Yep.
A little bit, yeah. And then you got like a lot of like evil ex-plantation owners. They don't really run slaves anymore because the Civil War ended.
But it makes sense though with Red Dead Redemption 2 because it takes place like what 20 or 30 years after the Civil War.
yeah,
You still have
Yeah.
people in the South with bitter feelings.
Yeah,
And
it takes
call-
place.
People call your gang Yankees.
It takes place 30. What is it? The Civil War ended in 1865, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it ended in 1865, then the game takes place 34 years later in 1899. So by that time, yeah, there's definitely going to still be some resentment here and there. But the setting, the kind of thing that Rockstar chose, that wasn't really indicative of the Wild West. That was indicative of the South, more or less. That kind of mixing of nationalities for a gang. Because the Wild West that we think of, that's mostly around California and Nevada, and that sort of thing didn't happen around there. That was the traditional cowboys that we usually see. But but in the South, around New Mexico and Texas, right about where I am, then I could see a little bit more believability in that, where you have multiple races in one gang like that. And then, of course, you got the who are those? What's that Irish gang? What's their name? I already forgot.
O'Driscolls.
The O'Driscolls, yeah. That was typical with back in the day. The Irish were actually one of the biggest immigrants to the United States back during that time, and it was mostly around the time of the potato famine. And they came over here, and they were some of the easily exploited workers of the Wild West period. So yeah, not only was it the blacks, but the Irish as well.
I mean, Rockstar did a much better job because I know that game journalists, they were like getting their panties like all moist and everything because, oh my god, there's black cowboys. And as someone who's been reading a lot about Western history and the frontier history, yeah, there were black cowboys.
Yep,
I mean,
exactly.
one of the most famous lawmen of the West was Bass Reeves.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine,
so I don't see what.
And I imagine a lot of Native Americans took up the position of cowboy, as well as some Mexicans who were crossing from the
Yep.
south. So all of those
Wow.
existed as possibilities for cowboys, because it was
Yeah, so
essentially.
I don't see. Sorry.
And then again, then you bring the women into things, which at least back then they knew how to handle a gun of their own. So
Yeah.
that's
I mean, Rockstar did a
not
much-
far off either.
Rockstar did a much better job with history than Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which was just awful.
I only played that for like 3 hours and then I quit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you play a female or male character. It's the same regardless. You won't, because it's a funny thing, because in ancient Greece, yeah, they were a little more lenient towards same-sex relations, but only if you were men. If you were a woman, you were expected to bear children and ensure the survival of the species and maintain the military, men for the military.
Mhm.
But
Hence,
here, the main character is a progressive female lesbian, and she's a mercenary, Spartan mercenary too, and she doesn't suffer or go through any trials or tribulations. She doesn't suffer sexism or homophobia or anything like that. Nope. None.
I guess I can't say
It's-
I'm surprised. This is Ubisoft we're talking about.
Oh, it's terrible. They basically made Cassandra Ray from Star Wars.
Yeah, I always went with the dude in that particular story. So
It's funny, here they are saying that, oh, the female character is canon, yet on all their advertisements it's a male character.
yep, makes you think.
Yep.
But here's the thing I'll say in conclusion. Looking at Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas again, once or twice more respectively, and then looking at Fallout 76 in the last 3 months, it's really opened my eyes to I've known about the difference in quality for a while, but how much things have changed since '98 to now is really depressing when you think about it.
Or the care that one developer put into a game like 20 years ago, in contrast to a developer now, which is just exploitive.
Yeah. Well, I guess the ending lesson here is this: do not let the original Fallout games fall out of favor. Don't let them be corrected by anything Bethesda may put out. They were made by a different studio. They should be respected as they exist. And what they put onto the table in terms of lore, setting, and timeline, that should all be respected. So look at Bethesda's stuff with a grain of salt, and keep the originals alive however you can. I guess that's the ending lesson here.
Yeah, that's the most we can do, unless Bethesda eventually decides to drop the license. And
at this rate, they're not going to. Do it.
Oh no! Especially when they're selling Vault Boy bobbleheads and Vault Boy costumes and watches and lunchboxes to snot-nosed kids.
Well, here's the funny thing. We all know that Bethesda is owned by ZeniMax, right?
Yes.
Now here's the other thing to keep in mind. If I remember correctly, ZeniMax is also a wing of another company. I can't remember which one, but I believe they're a wing of another company. And they're also a company that makes some of their money when it comes to merchandise sales, not so much for games. So I imagine they're probably using ZeniMax and the properties under them as basically an extension into two parts of retail, one of which being game development and the other one being merchandise.
That explains how so blasé and bland the new Fallouts feel, because in New Vegas, it touched on a lot of mature themes.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see that anymore with Fallout. It's because I guess it's not too kid-friendly.
It's not consumer friendly. That's
it's
the
not
thing about New
consumer
Vegas.
friendly.
Yeah,
Which
New
is
Vegas,
funny. Or so they think, because they think, oh, it's not consumer friendly. Even though Game of Thrones wouldn't be considered consumer friendly with all the amount of rape and everything else in that show, but yet it still sells a shit ton of merchandise.
Yeah, it does. Makes you think.
It does.
Well, here's the thing. If going forward from this, let's make a few predictions on where we think Fallout 76 is going to be within a year, at least when it comes to content. So the first thing that I think they're going to do is they're probably going to bring out maybe 1 or 2 patches of content for different parts of the map, where it's going to be like the DLCs of the older games, where you go to a certain area, you hear a broadcast, and then you go to a certain area, you get brought to a new area, but I imagine it's also empty of NPCs that you can't talk to. You just got drawn there by, say, a sudden radio signal that you found. Go to a new area, do a bunch of quests, and find a specific thing, and then come back. It'll be like a side mission, more or less. That's what I think they're going to do first when it comes to content. As for the microtransactions, it's not going to stay cosmetic only for long. There's no way. They have to open up. They're going to be opening up that shop to more things later. Now, granted, just as a correction for you guys, I thought initially that those like water purifiers that I saw the second time I was in there when the Atom Shop actually opened were actually water purifiers that you could buy and unlock straight away. Turns out that's not the case. Turns out they're just different skins to apply on ones that you have to build yourself.
Oh, God.
So it's not as bad as I thought, but if they ever extend the microtransactions to being stuff like packs of Radaway or stim packs, or like perk cards or things or stuff that you can only buy in the shop to put in your settlement, then yeah, then we'll be able to know how truthful they were with that. It's only going to be cosmetics thing, because only cosmetics doesn't really sell microtransactions that much in a game like this. In Overwatch, for example, it's a little bit different. Same thing with Team Fortress 2, because you get to show off how you look to a bunch of different people who are going to see you like easily 10 times over, possibly more. But in a game like Fallout 76, cosmetics really don't matter that much. You'd have to start offering more tangible things. And we might end up getting a situation like Battlefront 2, where they were offering specific cards that will boost your character attributes. In this case, the only option they got is perk cards. But if it does go that way, then yeah, Bethesda, by that point I imagine people are going to be thinking, well, they had to do it at some point. Like, they had to break their promise at some point. It's like, yeah, well, then they just lied to you again and you're just lying back and taking it. So how does that feel?
Oh, Bethesda fanboys will eat anything that Bethesda shoves down their throat. It's really pathetic.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is there really anything else that we can add to this thing? I mean, I imagine we've probably seen everything we really can with the beta at this point, unless somebody finds something radical a little bit later, like actually breaks down the story beat by beat. And I imagine someone on Reddit or Vote or something is probably going to do that before the game comes out. They already did it with...
Frankly, I don't think, because usually if a game has content, I mean, decent content, even in beta, some details tend to come out. But, well, we have to face it that from this title, details were not so much. I mean, it's pretty basic, pretty bare bones.
Well, bare bones maybe, but let's keep in mind also that because this game takes place only 25 years after the Great War, that puts it before Fallout 1. It's in another part of the world, granted, but some of the plot elements that they may leave in the holotapes or the notes can very easily affect what canon we understand from Fallout 1, 2, Tactics, New Vegas, 3, and 4. So I imagine this is going to be quite the showcase for how much Bethesda really cares about the lore alongside Fallout 4, because they already busted it in several ways. But having
I don't think Bethesda care about the lords. They did show that way before this title. I mean, they broken the lore in many ways, even in the games before. In Fallout, but even in the other scroll. I mean, Bethesda with the lore always be inconsistent. They just don't care. They just don't care. They edit and shape what they want. They don't give a shit about the established role of the lords on an RPG. They just don't care.
Well, all the more reason for the folks out there who are playing these games and paying attention and catching them and catching the mistakes. All the more reason why they need to stay around and continue to do that job. Because if Bethesda's not going to care, then the community needs to show them that they probably should, because a lot of us care, and we're the ones who are putting money in their wallets. So, for guys like us, that's the reason why we can't go anywhere.
Well,
more or less, no mutants allowed at this point, and I imagine a lot of people who are not part of the server or not part of the website, maybe those who just lurk and follow us, I imagine a lot of folks are feeling the same way. They're a little bit disenfranchised with how Bethesda is handling this IP, which has a history that started well before them.
Yeah, they should be more respectful on that, and because of that, I won't buy this game. I don't. Call it boycotting. Yes, I'm boycotting the game.
Well, I would just watch good old games for the next couple of months. Wait for something good to come on there and spend your money on it, or get yourself a copy of like Under Rail or Wasteland 2. Play those games instead of 76. 76 is going to be okay to watch for the next couple of months just to see how things change, but actually spending money on it, I would highly recommend against it. The only reason I got the beta code in the first place is because I wanted to be somebody who was able to give you guys some early information, but it seems like I wasn't the only one thinking that way, and I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's really a good thing, because if people wake up and stop to eat with taste all the shit they get from AAA companies, maybe, and I say maybe, we could have better.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, Bethesda did add some slight survival mechanics, like the thirst and hunger meters, and weapons do break over time. Same thing with your armor. But that's all surface level stuff. If there's no real game to support the idea, and the game itself isn't fun, if it's just basically repeating routines over and over, then eventually people are just going to get bored.
Bethesda lies in two assumption that gamers are stupid and they don't need to be challenged, they don't need to be involved, and they just need instant gratification. And what proves them wrong can be seen in the modding sites. Actually, for example, Frostfall or Needs mod for Skyrim are still in the first places. I mean, in the ranking on the mods.
Yep.
And you can see that even in other games, Fallout related. I mean, there are many people that are looking for depth that Bethesda is not going to give, because they lie under the assumption that gamers need to be pampered, they need instant gratification and nothing else. And I hope this title will show them that people are interested in a bit more depth in their game, more consistency, maybe also more complexity.
Yeah.
Because
Well, the major problem with that is when it comes to Bethesda, they are they are only retroactively aware of this, and the few changes they make are some of the weakest that we've ever seen. Like in the review that we put together for the website when after Fallout 4 had been out for a year, one of the parts that we had was for the survival mode, and that was actually one specific guy who wrote that part, aside from me and one of the little bits I gave at the end about player and enemy damage. But all of that stuff was done retroactively, and it wasn't even balanced properly. Outside of the beta, they even changed certain things, like at the 11th hour, that made the mode just ridiculous to be in. One of the ones I pointed out was enemy damage is still doubled against you, but your damage is nowhere close to it. It's about maybe like 50% to 100% damage, as opposed to the enemy's double damage against you. And that's not fair. Like, all the enemies and the player should be on even ground if you're talking about survival. They should not be able to stomp all over you when you initially advertise the game as double damage for both players and enemies. But yeah, Bethesda's not an active actor when it comes to game design. The stuff they do is retroactive. So if they notice some interest in things, they'll try and touch on it later, but not immediately. And they won't carry that over to the next release. They won't think, people were interested in this stuff the last release. Let's see what we can pull from the previous release, put it in here, and then build from there. Because they'll always start from a blank slate and then build from there. It's really aggravating to watch that they have aside from the mods. Let's leave that out for a minute. They have survival elements from previous games that they can use, like New Vegas, for example, the hardcore mode.
Yeah.
They have that entire system like gift wrap for them that Obsidian spent months working on. All they really needed to do was try and transpose some of that code into Fallout 76 and give the players a little bit more of an interesting experience. Instead, what I'm seeing is the meters seem to drop at the exact same rate, so both hunger and thirst will decrease at the same speed. Which, thirst really should be dropping faster than hunger, because people get thirsty quicker than they get hungry, especially depending on the weather. But yeah, that's kind of a pipe dream, I guess.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that should cover it for 76. I think that'll cover it for this podcast as well. What do you guys think? Should we go ahead and call it a night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was gone for so long. I was eating. So.
Oh, it's fine.
No problem. Okay, so yeah, I think we've covered pretty much everything we can possibly cover. So if we do another podcast, it's probably going to be in November. And I'm hoping we can get either Chris or Razorfist on with us. I'd prefer Razorfist, to be honest, because I'd prefer to have at least him on as someone different instead of just getting Chris on again. Chris was cool to have, don't get me wrong, but I think we ought to have someone from the YouTube community come on and give their input on things. But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this up for now, and we'll come back in a month's time, see how 76 is getting along.
Oh, that should be interesting.
It shall be. It's going to be in Redbox on release day, so if you guys actually want to get it without blowing like $60 on it, just rent it for a day or so. Make sure you've got Plus or Gold, and you'll be fine. Rent it for like 1, 2, 3 days if you have to, and then you're done with it. That's what I've done with a couple of games already, but if you don't feel like waiting that long for something good, just rent Red Dead Redemption 2 from the Redbox. They've got a 2-disc release, I imagine, coming shortly, because I did see it in their future releases list the other day. But anyway, so yeah, that'll wrap things up. That'll wrap things up for tonight. We had a couple other people in here recently who just left.
Yeah, Tremere, Edros, Hash.
Yeah, Eteros left, Haas left, Django, he didn't stay. Django came for a second, but he didn't stay, and Tremere, he's also gone. So we just got 4 people in here left, so for tonight, I'm Agent BJ09.
I'm Ranger Boo.
I'm Paladin.
I'm Aurelia.
And this is us signing off for the night. We'll see you guys again at the end of November, hopefully with a little more info on 76, however that turns out. So we'll see you then. Have a good night.